Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. We'll get started now. I know we're still waiting for a couple people to trickle in, but we'll just get started. So, hi, my name is Neha, and I am a senior at Columbia. This year, I've had the pleasure of serving as president of the consortium, and we're really excited to welcome you to our first in-person and, I guess, hybrid conference. And I've had the opportunity to work with an amazing team of dedicated and passionate students from universities across the country to make this happen. So 3 such students from Columbia are here with me today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Subin Shetty. I am a junior at Columbia studying biochemistry. And this year, I have had the pleasure of serving as the journal liaison for NUCSJ. I'm happy to announce that we have a record-breaking 400 attendees online and in person. Yeah, that's amazing for this first inaugural hybrid year.
Thank you, Subin. Hi, everyone. My name is Sebastian de Mercado, and I'm currently a sophomore here at Columbia College, majoring in neuroscience in the pre-med track. And this year, I had the opportunity to serve as the vice president of the Events Chair in the NUCSJ. And part of my work is to brainstorm event ideas to raise funds for our club, alongside advertising on our social medias.
And hi, everyone. I'm Sophie Kloppenberg, and I'm a sophomore at Columbia majoring in material science engineering. And I have the honor of serving as the NUCSJ conference event lead. Planning today's logistics and activities with Neha, Subin, and Sebastian has been a lot of fun, but also very insightful. And I'm really excited for you all to spend time together today and learn something from each other.
NUCSJ was founded in 2020 by Columbia alumnae Arya Rao and Isabella Liet. Their mission was to create dialogue between undergraduate research journals regarding ethics, research practice, and our role in dissemination of science. As the largest network of its kind, NUCSJ also leverages its platform to support the next generation of student scientists and work towards a more equitable future for science communications.
Recognizing the multidimensionality of the term science communication, the National Undergraduate Consortium for Science Journalism hosts a conference every year to bring together professionals in scientific communication in dialogue with each other and with undergraduates looking to pursue a career in the dissemination of science. The realm of scientific communication is broad, ranging from publishing research in an academic journal to advocating for new policies in Congress, to informing the public on new discoveries in the newspaper, to writing novels that humanize science with captivating prose. This is our first year bringing the conference in person at Columbia, and as well as hosting it hybrid on Zoom at the same time. And we're really excited to foster this engagement between students and science communication professionals beyond the computer screen. And what I hope you will all take away from the conference is, first and foremost, a renewed confidence in your interdisciplinary interests, that you need not pursue science in one linear path, but rather can indulge your scientific curiosity in a variety of ways and share that curiosity with others. You can read about scientific discoveries in their original jargon as they are printed in an academic journal, and communicate those major findings in straightforward yet thoughtful prose to engage an audience who may not have access to that information. And I believe that's a shared goal that unites all of us today, having enthusiasm for science and wanting to share that enthusiasm with others. When the NUCSJ was founded amidst a pandemic in 2020, sharing science beyond a community of researchers was not just a desire, but a necessity. In the age of issues we are still battling today, climate change, the rapid rise of artificial intelligence, avian influenza, just to name a few, science concerns not just those of us studying the subject, but our entire community and society impacted by these issues. So we hope you'll leave today with more information about the many faces of scientific communication, its importance, and how you can embark on a career in this space.
We're excited to open the event with a welcome from Columbia's very own president, Dr. Katrina Armstrong. And then we will move into our first panel of the day, focused on credibility and accessibility in research consumption. At 11:50 a.m., our second panel of the day will begin on careers in scientific communication. By 12:40, we will have lunch set up from our generous Morningside Heights vendors and give you some space to mingle and socialize with fellow panelists and attendees. We ask that you take your seats once again at 1:40 p.m. for our last panel on the history of discovery and frontiers of science. During the break at 2:30, we will have an optional scientific writing workshop for you to work on an original piece and gain some feedback from your peers. Finally, we will end the event with our very own, with a keynote speech from our very own Nobel Prize laureate, Dr. Martin Schalfie. We also ask that you stay back for a closing remark from Neha and an exit ticket as well. Each event presents an opportunity to engage with leading experts, gain valuable insights, and connect with peers who share a passion for scientific communication. We hope you will make the most of these discussions, workshops, and networking opportunities throughout the day.
So then, as Subin mentioned, despite her incredibly busy schedule, Columbia's interim president, Dr. Katrina Armstrong, is here with us today to share her insights from her profession in medicine, research, teaching, and advocacy. So please join me in giving her a warm welcome.
I'm gonna put down.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Got my watch. So I'm actually gonna put on. I'm actually gonna put on a timer because normally I try to watch with
No worries.
that. So thank you guys so much for having me. I will say one of the best things about my role is that, and maybe I shouldn't say this to too many people, but if students invite me, I come to whatever event it is or however, and fairly often I'm joining an event like the Bad Poetry Contest that I have to say I know nothing about, and I'm desperately trying not to make a fool of myself. But occasionally I get invited to talk at an event where I actually know something. So this was like a gift for me to be able to come and talk with all of you this morning. Really, really a gift. And actually a gift to know about it, to understand that we had this, that we were really building this remarkable work that needs to be done and bringing people together across many different universities to do that. I'll also just call out for a second that one of the great things in my time at Columbia has obviously being able to participate with the kind of creation of science stories, if you want to think about it that way, and how we do it. And I also just want to thank, we've had an enormous team who works on it, but I want to thank Andrew Vagelos, who's here. Andrew has been an enormous part of that team and a huge supporter of it and how we think about moving it forward. So Andrew, thank you for being here and for all that you do. I thought maybe I'd reflect on three things for a moment, if that sounds okay, and then I'll take some questions. So one of them I think is going to be relatively straightforward. One of them is going to be a sense of an opportunity, and one of them is going to be a challenge. Does that make sense? So in the straightforward category, I do believe that there's just the most incredible opportunity for us to advance work in science journalism and science communication now in ways that can take advantage of all sorts of new ways that we do communication, all sorts of new science, all sorts of new partnerships, globalization, so many important issues. I mean, you raised some of them as we think about how do we take on issues of actually access to information and equitable access? How do we ensure that those things can be done in ways that have an impact? You know, how do we really advance the field? I truly, and I know I'm biased, but I truly believe that this is the greatest time to be able to do this work and to think about the impact that this work will have on making society a better place. So let me just say, I really believe that if I were going to put my nickel down on something that's going to have an enormous impact over the next decade, it's going to be our ability to communicate about science, about advances, about how those work and get people engaged and really engaged in the progress that we're making. The second thing I'll say is it's not easy. Can I just be clear? My career is that I actually started I went to a school, you guys have probably heard me say this, a lesser school in New Haven, studied architecture at that school, and honestly fell into medicine because I needed a career that I believe was helping people, was serving others, and I needed to be paid. I had no money, and I wanted a career where I felt like I would be able to pay my bills at the end of the month because I hadn't grown up with that type of financial security. So went into medicine, and it just seemed so obvious at that time, right? That we understand that there's this process by which you study how bodies work or don't work, you make new insights, and then you share those with the world, and then everybody decides to get healthier by doing X, Y, or Z, right? Like it seems so obvious. And I will say over the last, and this is the part where I lose track, so I think I graduated from college. I graduated from medical school in 91 because it's the same year I got married. That's like how I remember this. I will say since that time, my career has been an adventure in why it doesn't work. That communication gap. What is going on and how do we continually struggle to do that? So I was at Hopkins for my training at the height of the HIV epidemic. And I can tell you, and this seems like a long time ago, but that was a time where the rampant misinformation about HIV, what was going on? Could you get it from a toilet seat? How did it work? The marginalization of groups because of HIV risk, it was insane. Lack of understanding about science and public health and what you could do. And so I was deep in that at that moment. And so because of that, when I moved to the University of Pennsylvania, my primary focus of my career has really been not just about how we develop these advances, but actually how we translate them into equitable improvements in health. And I will tell you that this issue of communication, I think I would put in, we spent a lot of time talking about the money in that problem, how healthcare is designed, the failures of healthcare and how we pay for it. But I will tell you, I think this issue of how we engage, how we communicate, how we bring people along in decision-making is at the top of my list for where we can go. I'll say one other quick thing in that. Because of that, I spent a good bit of my time when I was at Penn actually working in the Annenberg School of Communication. And the reason to do that, and this is going to be a little bit of a flip of why you guys are here, is that we don't actually understand the science of communication. Like, we really don't. Like, nobody actually understands, and I'm going to give you guys a hard time right now, but if I were to walk out and come back and try to understand how many of you could repeat to me even one thing I just said, it would be so incredibly variable. We've studied that again and again and again, that it is, or we do not understand what makes communication effective or not. So I think there's an enormous opportunity, not just to embark upon it, but to actually create a field that is using neuroscience, is using all the things we now know to make us much better at it, and to understand what is even our goal in it. So I'm going to come back to the goal moment, because that's going to be my challenge. That's the last thing I want to say. So when I started this career, and this is going to sound like a little bit of a challenge, I hope you guys are okay with this. When I started this career, I really thought I was right, and that my goal was to convince other people to do what I thought was right. This is a doctor, right? Like, you should get this, you should take this med, you should do this. It was a phase in medicine where we had a sense that we both understood what the right decisions were, and we understood what the right policies were. And our job was, and you said it a little bit, was to advocate, was to go and make sure that my perspective prevailed. I have developed over my career a healthy sense of skepticism about the effectiveness of scientists, particularly being the advocates. I think the challenge is that science is so often wrong. So I spent a lot of my time on breast cancer over my career, and my first grants and so much of my work was trying to get women to get mammograms because we knew it would save lives. So it turns out we didn't really know, and that it probably doesn't work in many marginalized groups because we never included those groups in our studies. And so the question I would leave you with as you think about this field is, how do we preserve the concept that science has to be somehow completely able to change itself, to hold itself to those standards? How do we really build a bridge between science and advocacy that really keeps science as the kind of purest of endeavors that can be trusted in the way that it needs? So I'm going to, so I think I've spoken for 8 minutes. Is that what you guys have? So I was going to stop and take about 5 minutes of questions. Is that okay? Check them with the team here. Yes, I got a thumbs up. I will say, my experience, none of you probably want to tell me your name, and that's fine. So I've learned that over the years. But if you'd like to introduce yourself, I'd be delighted. I used to make this joke as you could always use like your friend's name, and then you guys are not laughing. I think that's funny, don't you? My kids are always like, Mom, they really don't want to talk to you. I'm like, I think they might. So I'd love to take questions about any of it. I guess what I tried to say was three things. I think this field could not be more important. Second, there's a lot that is not understood about how to do this and how to be effective. And I would say almost nothing that couldn't be improved. And then the third is I think we have to be very, very thoughtful as we move forward about how we really rebuild trust in science and what roles different groups play in that. And maybe that's my experience from COVID, but I will tell you, I think we could do better than we're doing. Okay. Anybody brave enough to ask me a question? Excellent. Do they need this?
So if you have a question, you could press the button. Yes.
Ooh, how exciting. This is because it's the law school. Nobody else has that kind of money, just for the
Yes.
record.
Good morning, Dr. Armstrong. Thank you
Good
for
morning.
the talk. Good morning. Thank you for hosting this. My name is Bertilla. I'm a senior at Stevens Institute of Technology, just across the water in Hoboken, and I study biomedical engineering. And I'm applying to graduate school. I've applied to PhD programs. And I guess my question for you is, you started in medical school and you continued your career sort of in academia. Now you're an interim president. And I wish to go to a PhD and then eventually become a professor, have my own lab. And I guess I just wanted to ask if you have any advice, anything that we should keep in mind for the people that want to pursue that path. I also come from a background with a lack of financial security, and I come from a country where it's very difficult for women to pursue the sciences. So it's sort of a new field for me to be in the US and navigate this path.
Well, I just want to say it's so great you're here, and I really, really want to congratulate you on that. I mean, I'm going to say maybe two things in response to that, if that's okay, but they're going to sound maybe a little bit, I don't know how to say it, so, maybe almost oppositional. So the first is that when I embarked upon this particular career, I really had no idea where it would go. Does that make sense? And I think one of the things that has been most helpful for me over time has been able to have that flexibility, actually, and to be able to recognize, maybe this wasn't exactly what I thought was going to happen. In fact, if you guys have talked to our provost, Angela Alinta, who went to MIT, did astrophysics, she has the best story of that. How she ended up where she went versus where she thought she was going to go. So the first thing I would just say is just be open to opportunity. You may think you know what you want to do or whatever. And I'm not saying you don't. Does that make sense? But the world changes so fast, right? And you have this sense of you're making a decision now with a certain set of facts that you have. And I can tell you, I promise, in 5 years, those facts are going to be completely different. And so the thing I've always suggested is if I were going to pick something, I've always picked by the people. So I don't that's going to sound stupid because I have this resume that looks like I went to every Ivy League on the East Coast. So let's just find the humor in that for the moment. That's mostly my husband's fault. But I really try to work for people I believe in. And I think that's the most important thing. My daughter's going through applying to PhD programs right now and mostly not getting it. And what I'm trying to convince her is the name of the program doesn't matter. It's about finding people you want to work with and believe in. The second thing I would say is when you do start something, you have to be very comfortable with failure and rejection. So that's a little bit going to sound orthogonal, right? Because once you've picked something, you do have to stick it out for a little while. That doesn't mean you can't change. But I used to say that, and this doesn't work anymore because everything comes in email, that I could probably paper this room with my rejection letters. I mean, maybe not quite, it's a big room, but certainly any office I've had, whether it was papers that got rejected, grants that got rejected, applications that got rejected. I actually tried to look back at whether I'd actually applied to Columbia. I can't figure it out. But like, I could paper anything. And so you have to do whatever you're doing because you fall in love with it. You don't have to be in love with it when you start. Does that make sense? Kind of. And I didn't find the thing I fell in love with until I got to Penn, because I actually didn't like doing basic science. Andrew, don't tell your dad. Like it all involved like killing a bunch of mice. I couldn't do that. Like just couldn't. Did it for a year, hated it. So I didn't find my passion until I was in this model of understanding the disparities, the health equity problems out of HIV, how we could take those on. But then, like, there was nothing stopping me from continuing to do that. But it took me a while. I wouldn't say, it wasn't like they were wrong turns. Does that make sense? Because, like, they're part of me. But I guess I give you two things is don't anchor. Don't pick and not change. Once you've found something that like you're telling everybody about, the best way I used to explain to it is if your friends tell you to stop talking about it, that's a good sign. That means you really like it. Does that make sense? Once you've done that, you're going to get rejected a lot. Everybody gets rejected a lot. It's part of the game. Can I take one more and you want to end here? Okay, one more and then I'm ending. And then you guys can just email me. Does that sound okay? Because I'm going over. Yes.
Hello, my name is Seneca Watson. I'm a freshman at Stony Brook University studying physics and astronomy. I just wanted to ask, as a freshman, and I'm still really new to post-secondary science and the whole field, I wanted to ask, what would your advice be to kind of, I guess, like reinforce the credibility of science to my peers? Because I don't have, I guess, for lack of
Yeah. I don't know that I'm the right person to answer that. So I would actually suggest that you guys take that question on over the time. I'll tell you a joke and then I'll stop. It's not really a joke, but I'll tell you what so did you guys watch Magic School Bus ever as kids? So we spent a whole time when I was at Mass General trying to do our own magic school buses because people just don't understand basic concepts of science. And so we created a whole program for our patients and the kids to try to help them understand. So one possibility I'll put out there is that everybody needs to be part of it. The arts, the humanities. Do you know what I mean? You can find ways to bring others along. But I guess I'm going to stop and leave you with that charge, right? I am old. It is your generation that needs to embrace this. And I think however you guys can lead that forward. I thought you guys would laugh about the old thing, but I'll get over that. It's your generation. So I think your willingness to do it. I will say I have an article that I actually didn't ever finish, which basically tries to make the point that scientists should say who they are when they go to cocktail parties. Like nobody knows. I doubt you're going to a ton of cocktail parties but I think that general idea of owning it, I would encourage. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Armstrong. So our first panelist is credibility and accessibility in research consumption, bringing together professors like Jeanette Wing, who is the Executive Vice President of Research, Executive Vice President of Research and Professor of Computer Science here at Columbia University. Unfortunately, Dr. Angela Rasmussen couldn't come since she was sick, but she's a virologist at the Vaccine and Infectious Disease Organization at the University of Saskatchewan, and Dr. Rampersad, a Georgia Research Alliance eminent scholar in energy sustainability and professor in the School of Material Science and Engineering at the Georgia Institute of Technology. And the panel will be moderated by Sophie Kloppenberg and Stephen Shetty.
All right, just give us one moment to fix the tech in the room. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Wing and Ram Prasad, for joining us. It's great to have you here. I guess you're kind of just facing the chairs, but there's an audience here in the back as well. So yeah, I guess we'd just like to get started with Dr. Ram Prasad. We know your company focuses on using machine learning to streamline the research and development process for polymer design. And we'd like to begin by asking you about the credibility of these research techniques that are used nowadays, specifically focusing on AI. And can you just, in general, kind of elaborate on the use of technology in your field?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I think we'll just probably turn up the volume in the room. But yeah, otherwise you're great. Yep.
Good. Should I start off with a quick introduction of myself?
Yeah, that would be great, actually.
Okay. So I'm a professor of material science and engineering and a joint appointment with computer science and engineering at Georgia Tech. So I am a professor here at Georgia Tech and have a research group. We specialize in using computational methods and AI methods to help advance, accelerate, discover, design new materials for a variety of applications. You mentioned my company. That's a spin-out of my research group of Georgia Tech. It's a startup company. It's called Matmerize, and the company actually has licensed IP on AI-based methods from Georgia Tech, which has emerged from my group to create a product, the software product that people are using. So I just wanted to make sure that I get the point across that I'm a professor at Georgia Tech, but the company is a startup out of my group, out of Georgia Tech. So that's a quick background about myself and what we do. Just to get a little more, just to provide a little bit more context and background, in case people are wondering why you need these kinds of methods, computational methods, AI-based methods within materials research. Let me just highlight that materials development takes a lot of time, and that has been the situation for a very long period of time. As everybody knows, human history is labeled in terms of the materials that communities have used and pioneered, such as, starting with the Stone Age and then Iron Age. Now we are in the Silicon Age. In between there was a Bronze Age. So all these things are actually named after the materials that were pioneered in those periods. But developing any given material at any time has not been trivial. It goes through a lot of intuition and experience and tinkering, and sometimes a lot of times serendipity and so forth. It takes time to develop any material that you see around yourself. It takes a lot of effort and ingenuity to create these materials. So what we do in my group is to help accelerate the pace of discovery, the pace of materials discovery. That's what we do in our group. And we use these modern methods, computational methods, which are based on physics, such as quantum mechanics, molecular dynamics, those kinds of things. And even more modern methods, such as the ones based on machine learning, to use what we already know in a very effective manner to help advance and accelerate the pace of discovery. So that's what we do. So these methods are very powerful today, but they do come with their own challenges. And that's where a material scientist has to use their domain expertise to make sure that these methods are appropriate for the problem that they are trying to solve and use them appropriately to truly add value. So with that, I'm going to stop and kick it back to you guys for maybe some more detailed questions. So the first level question, it was a little broad, and so I don't want to take up too much time. So I just want to introduce myself, my research, and a little bit about what we actually do. And let me just stop there and give it back to you for more detailed questions.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramprasad. So next we'll have Dr. Jeanette Wing introduce herself before we begin asking questions to you both.
Thank you, everyone. And it's wonderful to see the Columbia University students organizing this great event, and to the students who are coming from outside of Columbia, welcome. And I am very excited to be a part of this panel. I'm Jeanette Wing. I'm the Executive Vice President for Research here at Columbia University. I'm also a professor of computer science. I have a long history in academia, getting all my degrees from MIT and then working at University of Southern California for 2 years, and then at Carnegie Mellon University for decades. I came to Columbia in 2017 to run the Data Science Institute, and now I'm the EVPR. I also worked in the government. I worked at the National Science Foundation. I was in charge of the Computer and Information Science and Engineering Directorate. And I understand especially how important it is to communicate the importance of science and the results of science to the public, to the media, to funding agencies, and of course to our peers. I also headed the research labs for Microsoft for many years, just recently. And there it's important to convey the importance of scientific research results to, for instance, business units, and yet another constituency that may not understand research, may not understand the importance of basic science. So I think this topic of science communication is critical, especially now, and I really mean now, to convey what the results of science are, and how we get those results. And it's all about building trust in our audiences, whether it's our peers, media, the public, government, donors, and so on.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that introduction. Kind of spinning off of what you mentioned about trustworthy AI, we know that has been the subject of your research and academic interest. So we were wondering if you could tell us about some of the benefits and the drawbacks that you feel are in AI and its intersection within scientific disciplines.
Sure. So I wrote a paper called Trustworthy AI before the pandemic. And the reason, and this was before generative AI hit the streets, but deep learning had already proven itself. So image analysis, text analysis, just using neural networks was already a given. Face recognition was basically a solved problem. What my concern was when I wrote that paper is that many AI systems based on neural networks, but now generative AI and large language models, are put into safety critical and mission critical systems like self-driving cars or medical diagnosis. My concern is it's already hard enough in computer science to show the trustworthiness of digital systems made out of computers and software and hardware and devices. That's already a challenge, and my whole professional career has been trying to address that scientific challenge. And we have been able to make progress, and that progress is based on mathematical logic and formalisms based on Boolean logics primarily. It's not a widespread approach for proving properties of every single computer system, but it definitely, that approach has been shown to be very successful for proving properties about safety critical systems. So my concern when I wrote that paper is that AI systems are also digital systems, but they up the ante in terms of the kinds of computing systems, software and hardware that we know and love and use on a daily basis, especially when they're put into devices and systems that we interact with on a daily basis, like cars and medical diagnoses and so on. So the reason I wrote that paper is to basically, throw the gauntlet down to the computer science community, the AI community, the security community, my own community and formal methods to say we really need to take the trustworthiness of these AI systems more seriously. We need to be able to guarantee certain properties of any system that has an AI component in it. We don't know how to do that. As scientists, we do not know how to do that. This was back in 2019 when I wrote this paper. That was the gauntlet I threw down, and we have been making progress, but it's very, very scientifically challenging. And so when I talk about trustworthy AI, what I mean is take an AI system and be able to assert some kind of provable property that this AI system does something or does not do something. And that, even saying that, is very hard to achieve.
Thank you. Dr. Ramprasad, if you want to add, or like we can ask another question.
Yeah, sure. I can add a little bit. In my field of research, the trustworthiness and the ethical concerns are not that big, simply because we, those tend to be very important considerations, in the traditional AI spaces, social science spaces, things like that. In materials research, it is more about choosing the appropriate methods, to aim the appropriate methods at the problems. So the trustworthiness aspects, the bias aspects, are not that big a concern. However, the other thing that I should say is, in my space, there is a data scarcity, right? So there is a we are not really, most materials problems or chemistry problems do not fall in the big data situation. They are either medium or small, and so they tend to be situations where you need to adopt the right methods, and we don't always use neural networks, for example. There are other methods that are more appropriate for the particular problems that we are trying to solve. There are other things I can get into in terms of communication and so forth, but probably you have questions on those already. So I'll just wait for those.
Yeah, I have a question for you actually about, in general, the use of AI in the startup industry and startup culture. I'm assuming 10, 15 years ago, the landscape looked very different than it did now. So in terms of future jobs and professions, where do you see that kind of changing in response to the entire AI revolution that we've seen recently?
So you're specifically talking about the startup culture?
Yeah, specifically in the startup world.
Okay. I think, again, going back to my research space, 10, 15 years ago, AI was not a thing. Within traditional materials research, data science-based approaches, or machine learning or artificial intelligence, these things were not really that prevalent. And in fact, it was not even clear going back 15 years ago, which is when I got into this area, whether we can even use machine learning within materials research or not, right? That's actually the starting point for me to get into this space. At that time, the knowledge base on this within the materials community was not very widespread. So people were only starting to think about these methods. And to some extent, it was really spearheaded by the Obama administration's Materials Genome Initiative. It's called MGI. That came up, that was introduced in 2011, right? 14 years ago. So that was the time period when things started to take shape, actually, right? So it's within materials research or chemical research, all of these excitement that we are facing today is actually, I would say, very recent, right? So that was the situation. So startups, going to the startup question, startup aspect, I think there is a lot of excitement for sure overall in the area of AI, but there is also, I should say, there is also hype, right? There is also overexcitement. So which is where the critical thinking of whether this is what is needed and is this genuinely going to add true value, these are all questions that we all need to ponder. But the excitement is there. And in my space, again, it's very niche, right? It's AI for materials development, materials research. It's sort of very niche, and there is a lot of excitement there as well. Not just in the startup world, but also in industrial research, right? So a lot of the large companies are starting to think about this and invest in this direction. So I would classify two types of large companies. One would be traditional materials companies. For example, it could be GE, General Electric, it could be IBM, it could be Dow Chemical, ExxonMobil, those kinds of companies, materials and chemical, large materials and chemical companies, where they are actually starting to think very seriously about how they can bring AI into their workflow. That's one class of large companies. The other class of large companies, where it's very interesting, where there is a lot of excitement, are the non-materials companies such as Meta, Microsoft, Google, DeepMind, etc., right? Those kinds of companies which are not traditional materials companies are actually starting to think about AI for materials. And AI for science in general, which is also a very exciting time. So in addition to these two groups of large companies, there are a lot of startups that are mushrooming in the general area of AI, of course. And of course, I am more familiar with my own space, right? Materials research. That's what I'm most comfortable, most familiar with. And even in that niche space, there is a lot of things coming up. And I think there is a lot of opportunity going forward.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for the insight. Quickly, a question for Dr. Wing. Like, do you see any differences in culture, having worked for Microsoft and in academia, when it comes to sentiments around the AI in the future?
First of all, I think everyone is quite, the people I talk to primarily everyone is quite optimistic about how AI can help advance all sciences, how advances in AI are moving quickly. The opportunities are phenomenal. And I am actually quite envious of your generation, because you're going to be able to create those new technologies and show how to use them in helpful and beneficial ways to society. So I'm basically an AI optimist. Now, that's not to say that I don't have some concerns, and that's why I wrote that Trustworthy AI paper. But in terms of the difference between academia and industry and AI, I think one of the biggest differences, and this is not going to sound surprising to any of you, is that the industry, especially big tech, and I'm talking about a very few companies, the ones that Rompi named, have access to compute and access to data. Right now, most of the large language models that we know and love are very data hungry. So access to compute and access to data are two things that big tech companies have and academia does not have, or we do not have the easy access to big compute for sure. That's actually one of the reasons that here at Columbia, I'm working with New York State and 5 other universities and the Simons Foundation and private donors to create Empire AI, which is to give us access to a GPU cluster. But I can talk about that. So that's one of the big differences. And it's challenging for academia when a lot of the advances are coming out of the big tech companies. It's challenging for us in academia, first of all, to choose the problems that we can work on where we can advance the field. At the same time, we also know that industry is not going to be working on the basic science, the basic research, the long-term, impact kind of research that we are very good at in academia. So we actually need each other. Moreover, there's a more pragmatic reason, which is industry needs academia because we are training the next generation workforce. I think that I can stop there and talk more about other differences between industry and academia. But the last thing I will say is with the release of DeepSeek just 2 weeks ago, it is opening everyone's eyes up to the possibility that maybe it's not big data and big compute. Maybe it's big data and small compute. Or maybe, as Rampi was saying, maybe there are opportunities, especially in academia, for us to be working on being smarter with small data and small compute. And that's something that I've been promoting for a few years now, knowing full well that if industry is going to go the throw more data at it, throw more compute at it, then what academia can be looking at is being smarter with the small compute and the small data that we have.
Wait, that's so great. Kind of piggybacking off of our theme in academia right now. We were wondering about what aspects of the publication process can large language models help with, and what are some potential downsides that come with that? And then secondly, how do you think like the use of large language models should be regulated in academic settings?
And that's for either of you, if you want to chime in.
I'll take that, but I think Rampi should definitely talk about how he is, acknowledging the use of AI in his publications. This topic, by the way, is top of mind for all publishers, journal editors, society, and so on. I'm giving a talk at the National Academies later in March on exactly this topic. And I'm giving another talk on this to a different audience earlier in March. This is really top of mind. And the first thing I would say is that on the positive, large language models and AI are already being used in the scientific process, as Rampi has already said. And at the scientific process, one of the stages near the end is to publish a paper. And it's already being used for helping publish papers, for helping writing papers. And given all of that, there's no putting it back, in the bottle, putting the genie back in the bottle. That's not going to happen. What we need to do is acknowledge the use of AI in doing science, acknowledge the use of AI in writing scientific publications, and then put principles in place as a scientific community to say, what do we agree on? So for instance, we need to, if any publication has scientific results, in the end, it's the human author that is responsible for those results. That's responsible for every word written on that paper, every data point in that chart, and in the end, the conclusions of the science being done. Even if there's a lot of AI that helped produce those results, because some human being has to be accountable. Some human being has to respond. Now, I am saying this for now. Who knows? Again, as Dr. Armstrong said, in 5 years, the facts may change, but this is how we are thinking now as a scientific community. There is still a human being who has to be accountable for the scientific results in a scientific publication. And Rampi, I'd love to hear if you agree with me. This is just one of 5 principles that the National Academies wrote a little paper on that was published last year. I'm happy to circulate that paper with all of you because it talks about accountability and transparency. The last thing I'll say, and then I'll like to kick it over to Rampi, is the use of data. It is very, very easy, especially when you have only small data, to use LLMs to produce synthetic data. If you're going to do that, you better acknowledge that in your scientific publication, and you have to be quite careful to explain why it was okay to do that. And now I will kick it over to Rob because I'm sure he has a lot to say on this topic.
Janet, I agree with you 100% on pretty much everything you said. I want to go back though to Janet's answer to the previous question about the resource hungry nature of LLMs. First of all, I think we should also consider that or acknowledge that AI is not all LLM, right? LLM is one aspect of it. Although in recent years, the LLMs have really exploded on us, right? there is so much excitement surrounding it, and what it can do. It is really staggering. What has been accomplished. But AI is actually more than that. Now, on the data hungry nature, but also more importantly, the resource hungry nature of LLMs is something that we have to acknowledge as well. And this is one of the things we discuss very actively in my research group, and that is that bigger is not always better. Lot of problems that we try to solve in my group, and people like me try to solve, they don't require a lot of resources. It is very LLMs. The presence of LLMs, the excitement surrounding them has made them extremely tantalizing. To get a little bit technical, you can fine tune them. You can do a lot of great things. So if you have a data set, now you can start with the base model, fine tune it, and then you have a nice new model which is just sort of an expert in that specific thing you fine tuned, which is great. But what turns out? It turns out that you don't need to adopt that approach. You're actually using something that is like a bulldozer, when that same problem could be solved using a screwdriver. So when you can use a screwdriver to solve a problem, do not use a bulldozer. Is a message that we discuss in my group. Occam's razor, right? Simplicity is always a great thing, when you have the luxury to go in that direction. That's all. Which is why I strongly emphasize that we need to choose the right tool for the right problem. So that's, I want to make that point. So if it is a small data problem and you have a lot of domain knowledge, you have that you can bring to bear to solve the problem, maybe LLM is not the way to go. Maybe there is another better option, right? And it is much lower resource. You can just use your small little laptop to actually solve the problem. You don't need like GPUs and major resources, right? So I just want to put that out there. Now, on the thing of how to use, how to acknowledge the usage of AI models or LLMs in scientific publications, I could not agree more with Janet. In my community, in the materials community, different communities adopt these things at different rates, right? There are some lag in some communities. Some communities have really dove into this thing and adopted fast. Some others are getting there and so forth. So the materials community, I'm not sure how actively people are using LLMs to help with writing scientific publications. Probably they are, but I think it's still sort of in the early stages, I would say. Where LLMs are being used is to build models to predict properties of materials, design new materials, that kind of thing. That's where a lot of the current excitement is, including in my group, but also outside by other people. There, I would caution people, caution the appropriate usage. In terms of the publication process itself, I think Janet has pointed out a lot of the challenges that we need to be aware of. It's not just the scientific publication process, it is also proposal writing, it is also exam questions in classes. Things are, it kind of is going to come up in a lot of places. It's even going to K-12 side, right? When it comes to answering exam questions and things like. So I think there are a lot of challenges, and the regulations are probably lagging behind, right, in terms of what needs to be put in place. But as scientists, as academics, or as founders of startup company, whatever your situation may be, I think we need to exercise caution, but also some discipline and openness on how we use these LLMs, right? One of the common things or mistakes probably people make is to use these LLMs as search engines, which is very dangerous, because whatever you get out may seem very authoritative and correct, but there may be issues. So you don't want to do that. And Of course, in the writing process itself, it could help, but I think acknowledging how it was used would be good. But for the most part, in my community, it is actually developing these models and seeing how they can help with creating an expert system, those kinds of things, right? So, of course, when that happens, what has been done should be declared clearly, and that this is what all scientists strive to do, and we keep doing that.
I want to bring up two other points with respect to scientific publication, that AI, including LLMs, first of all, there's a kind of a new phenomenon that publishers are and granting agencies are grappling with, which is the use of AI tools and LLMs for peer review. We as scientists, when we submit a paper, we like to know that human beings are reading our papers and actually writing the reviews. Now, on the other hand, when we are bombarded with requests to review papers, and Robbie, you're probably in this situation, it's very tempting to use an AI assistant to help us. So there again, there are funding agencies that ban this. Right now, I don't know, there might be different views depending on the field with respect to journal publications. But peer review, even that process, in that small step in the entire scientific process, is also being disrupted. The other point I wanted to make, and this is now, kind of putting my EVPR hat on, is it's the scientific process leaves room for bad behavior, and AI and LLM technology has made it easier for bad behavior. And I'm thinking about image manipulation and plagiarism and so on and so forth. Now, these are not new problems, but AI and LLMs make it easier to produce fake images, to copy text. And unfortunately, we do not have good technology to detect these image changes and plagiarism, lots of false negatives and so on. So that's another area in that journal publishers, especially in the life sciences, are very, very concerned about.
Actually, I want to add one more thing to what Janet just said, and that is with respect to the peer review process of either papers or proposals. The temptation to, because we're bombarded with so many requests, the temptation to sort of use a language model, use some LLM to help with the peer review process can lead to another little danger. Unwittingly, we may be doing some unethical things there, because we are releasing someone else's knowledge, someone else's confidential information, IP, to the server, the LLM, whoever is hosting the LLM server, if you're going outside. So this is actually not a good thing at all. And of course, the federal agencies, when they send out for review, they actually have all these caveats that you are not supposed to share the proposal. After you review it, you should destroy the proposal, etc., etc. But supposing you forget about those things and unwittingly put it in a LLM server to give you to help you with the review, you are releasing someone else's IP to the world.
Yeah.
You don't know. Maybe there are checks and balances that the LLM provider is offering, but you never know. So that is, I just want to just put it out there as
very good point. Yeah.
Right.
There'd be second order effects that people forget about.
Second order effects. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'll
Thank you so much, and it's great to see the different insights you have depending on the field as well. So yeah, it's a great addition. I think we are running out of time on the panel, but we do have time for maybe one question from either the audience or from Zoom. If you have a question on Zoom, you can just put it in the Q&A chat, and I will read it out loud. Or if any audience member has a question. Yeah, and you can use the button there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello. My name is Aaron. I go to New York University and I study chemical and biomolecular engineering. And I had a question about AI uses as through the like environmental impact lens of it, because from what I've understood and read, AI uses a lot of computing power, and because of that, it also needs a lot of steam to cool its centers off. So I guess my question was, in addition to kind of the restrictions of the way that AI is being used when it comes to publishing or communication, is there any kind of inclusion or, I guess, thought being put towards using it in a simplistic way so that you can reduce the environmental impact that it has whenever you do use the tool? Thank you.
Janet, you want me to take?
Sure, and then I'll add to whatever you have to say.
Sure, absolutely. That's a fantastic question, Aaron. So there are two ways to look at it, right? So one thing is to go back to what I said earlier about bigger is not always better. So if you don't need to use these resource intensive tools, don't use them. So that's just a rule of thumb that we all should try to follow to minimize excessive usage. So that's one thing. The other thing is when you do use them, there are ways to measure the impact, the energy, resource, environmental impact. So we have started in our papers where you use these large models. We have started to add a section. I think the CS people have been doing it for a while, but the other communities, chemical, materials, etc., it's newer. So it has not been that common, but it has started. So we have started to add a section in our papers to quantify the impact that our work, to provide an estimate of the impact, resource impact, CO2 emissions, those sorts of things that our work has may have led to, right? So we have started to do that. We don't do it in all the papers, but we try to do it where we feel that the impact may be significant. So those are the 2 points I want to make.
Yeah, Rafi, that's really great to hear. That's a very nice addition. And it's good to see disciplines adding that in their results. I wanted to make 2 points. One is you're absolutely right that these large language models, especially built by the big tech companies, use an incredible amount of power, energy, both for cooling and then just simply to run the thing. And to the point where now they're talking about to nuclear power companies to power these. And of course, they've always put the data centers near hydroelectric power and where there's cheap power and cooling. However, there's also a wonderful scientific opportunity here. And there's some work being done here at Columbia University looking at how to make energy efficient materials that will be, materials that will allow us to make more energy efficient chips. And this is, I'm looking to Rampi because this is a materials question, but also it's an electrical engineering circuit design question. And then once you can make a chip that runs on less energy, then you need to start talking about devices that you can build and bigger computational elements. But that basically says when there's a recognized problem, it's an opportunity to go back to basics in the science and engineering and say, how can we overcome that problem from a completely different point of view?
Wow, these are some really great conversations, and I'm so glad that we took this little divergence. If we want to continue this conversation, or if you have any additional questions for Dr. Ramprasad or Dr. Wing, please let us know. We have their emails, and we will get you guys in contact. With that, we're going to wrap it up for around a 2-minute break before we dive into our next panel. So feel free to grab some drinks in the back there and mingle with other people, but we'll get started in around 2 minutes. And thank you again for our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank and applaud the students for doing this. This is so timely and so nice, and it is also such a great pleasure to speak a little bit with Janet.
Yes,
as
and
well.
nice meeting you too,
It was
Rafi.
very nice. Yeah, yeah.
And
Thank
have
you
a
so
good
much.
rest of the event.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you
Have
for
a nice
joining
day.
us.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I was, yeah. I was in the same boat. Yeah, I probably should have. Yes, yeah, that was, it was 14 years, that was 20 years, and so we didn't actually, it was virtual, yeah. It's such a bummer, because like you're other classes, that's great.
Wait, and Neha.
It might have like done like a long thing, like virtual, I can't remember. Yeah.
Sebastian, great job, guys.
Thank you for coming. Grab some
Let's
coffee.
Yes, of course.
Of
Okay,
course.
like, I'm
Yeah, I mean,
so confused by like I just figured out all these people being nice. No, I know because I saw some figures. I'm like, this is like this is hilarious.
They just set us up. Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Coffee.
Let's grab a picture.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna have them post it on the Instagram if you guys are cool. We're gonna get good photos.
Yes.
Well, I just asked someone to do it for put it on our Instagram. Obviously, we have to let everyone know this.
I know. Oh, okay.
Okay.
This was great.
Oh, 5 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, I'm based here in New York now, so. Yeah. Yeah, I have friends here, so you know, it's kind of a thing. Yeah.
Yes. Go to the Zoom. Go to the Zoom thing, and then you gotta spotlight everyone. You can spotlight them from my computer as well. Okay. So I'll just wait. Okay.
Because I told them to bring it.
Okay, they're getting it. So let's start getting ready. Let's get everyone together.
Yeah.
Sebastian, be like, yeah.
Hey everyone. So the careers in scientific communication.
We're not sitting. You guys are sitting there.
So we're not sitting.
Okay, perfect.
Just tell them.
A panel is going to be starting in a few minutes, so make sure to. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. So the panel will be starting right now. So please return to your seats if you're still in the back. We'll be getting started with the next panel right now. Thank you. Yeah, you guys sit here. So we're going to just probably have to moderate from like the sides here. And then you'll have one panel.
Okay.
So we'll just have you guys introduce yourselves. And yeah. Yeah. You guys need to last minute anything. But thank you very much for doing this. I may have one since I'm all doing right now. And I spoke with you once in class. You visited Dr. Hilbert's neurogenetics.
Oh, I wondered
class.
if that was the
Yes.
connection. Right.
So
Okay.
I'll be asking you a question related. to
All
that. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Seems like a cool event.
Yeah. I think we've got people on Zoom and people here, so hopefully it'll.
Just out of curiosity, how many people are on it?
We'll have to check. Maybe not like 400 signups.
A lot of people. I'm Sebastian, by the way.
Hi, Sebastian. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Victoria, can you hear us? Perfect. Okay. Okay, well, hi everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around for the next panel. So the next panel is careers in scientific communication. So if you're interested in pursuing a career in this very broad multidisciplinary space, then you're in the right place. So in this panel, we will be discussing ways for you all to learn more about careers in scientific communication, a term that is quite broad and offers you a lot of flexibility in finding a career that suits your interests. So I think first, I just want to have all the panelists go around, introduce themselves, and then I'll get started with a question for all of you. So why don't we start with Mr. Left?
Hello. Well, thank you for having me, first of all. I'm Dave Levitan. I'm currently the deputy editor for a site called Splinter. I have about 2 decades of experience in various kinds of science journalism. I freelanced for a long time, and I worked for another outlet called Grid at one point, and I have a degree in science journalism from NYU's Science, Health, and Environmental Reporting program. So that's the quick summary, I guess.
I'm also Dave. I'm Dave Grimm. I'm at Science Magazine. I am the online news editor there, which means I oversee our online news site, work with a lot of freelancers, and I also oversee our internship program.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Weiner. I teach here at Columbia. I teach writing about science, nature, medicine, the environment. Before coming here 20 years ago now, I spent 20 odd years as an independent writer and wrote half a dozen books and enjoyed the excitement and also sometimes the financial tightrope of spending all those years as an independent writer. So I'm very happy to be here and talk about all of that.
Hey, everybody. I'm Max Kozlov. I write for Nature Magazine. I cover biomedical science, science policy, NIH, FDA, and my background's in cognitive neuroscience. So I also cover that and infectious diseases. I have also written for St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Quantum Magazine, and another life sciences publication called The Scientist.
We'll also have Ms. Jaggard, if you could introduce yourself on Zoom. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and apologies, I can't be there in person. My name is Victoria Jaggard. I am currently the executive editor at Science News Magazine, different from Science. But we are also nonprofit publication that goes out to subscribers on a now monthly basis. Prior to this, I've been a science journalist for more than 2 decades now. I was deputy health and science editor at the Washington Post, executive editor for science at National Geographic, and a web science editor for Smithsonian, as well as a previous stint at Nat Geo and chemical and engineering news. So very excited to be here and hear what everyone else has to say.
Thank you all so much for the introduction. So as a first question to all of you, and maybe we'll start with Professor Weiner, because I heard you discuss this in a visit to my neurogenetics class here at Columbia. But what about scientific communication has excited you more so than any other career? And particularly, how did you find yourself drawn to the intersection of science journalism and writing?
Well, thanks for that question, Neha. And I know you heard the answer before in Professor Hobart's class. So I was really drawn to biology as a kid, and I kind of reached a fork in the road where I thought either I would be a biologist or I would be a writer. I should add that my dad was a professor here, a scientist, when I was growing up, and so I was sort of in the middle of that world and very drawn by it. In college, I thought I had to make a choice. I chose writing and thought that meant I had to hate science. And it was, I forget if I said that in front of Professor Hobart. And then realized when I started freelancing that that was ridiculous and I could love both and I could write about both. And that's really been my life and career ever since. And it's a very satisfying thing to put together 2 different passions that way.
Thank you so much. And maybe Max, if you want to take that question too, how did you get into this space? You can use that mic.
Sweet. Yeah, it's a great question. For me, I think I've always been a very curious person, and this covering science, you get to ask a lot of questions and you're constantly learning. So from a selfish perspective, I appreciate that about this. I also always struggled choosing a single science to focus on. I kind of liked it all. And so I appreciated that. I started at the Museum of Science in Boston. I worked as I guess, what it was a science communicator position, but at the time I didn't even think that I wanted to do a career in science journalism. But it was a place that I went to all the time as a kid, and so it was fun to be on the other side and to kind of spark that curiosity in other people. And I see this job as an extension of that.
Thank you so much. And maybe we'll take it to Dr. Graham if you have some insight.
Yeah, I actually wanted to be a veterinarian when I grew up, and I actually worked in a vet clinic for a long time, and then decided to pursue science. So I went to UCSD for undergrad and majored in biochemistry. Went to Yale for grad school and got a PhD. And then about halfway through my PhD, decided I didn't want to be a scientist anymore, which is a little late at that point. So I finished the PhD, but like Max, actually, I did the AAAS Mass Media Fellowship. I worked at US News and World Report, which used to be a weekly magazine. And I don't know if you guys know what a weekly or a magazine is, but trust me. And had a really good time. Applied for a bunch of internships, got an internship at Science, got hired out of the internship, and I've been at Science ever since for about 20 years now, actually. So it's been a long journey, but I finally arrived where I think I was meant to be all along. So.
Yeah, I guess mine has a lot of similarities from some of yours. I grew up around science. My dad is a neuroscientist, so I sort of was around that a lot. And I was interested in various kinds of science, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. As an undergrad, I sort of was like, couldn't decide between being an English major and being a physics major. It was decided for me because I got worse and worse at the math, and that's kind of a big part of physics. So I just kind of was like, all right, I'm done with that. But I still, after college, I was basically trying to figure out ways to combine those two concepts. I started out just getting into basically medical trade writing, so trade publications written directed at medical professionals. And from there, I ended up going to grad school and trying to do sort of more public-facing journalism, in large part because I got very interested in writing about climate change, which is what I've spent a lot of time on since. But yeah, it was really that sort of effort to bridge the gap between the two. And also, I definitely have felt that a lot of scientists have to focus in very carefully on one thing, on one topic or one research question for a long time. I really didn't like that idea. So I like the idea of being able to jump around between things, which especially as a freelancer, I was able to do quite a lot. So.
Thank you so much. And then finally, Ms. Jaggard on Zoom, you can, tell us a little bit about how you were drawn to this intersection of science and journalism.
Of course. Well, I also started out wanting to be something completely different. I had aspirations of being on Broadway, and I had every intention of being a drama major. And my parents convinced me otherwise. They're like, music is a great hobby, maybe not the best profession for you specifically. And I think the universe was telling me correctly, because if I'd really, really wanted it, which I think you really have to really want it if you're going to have a career on the stage, I would have just gone for it anyway. But they led me to thinking about alternate career paths. And it turned out that my junior year of high school, I was taking courses in both ecology and English literature, and we were allowed to write a free-form paper about whatever we wanted to for our English class. So I wrote about my ecology project. And my teacher went, this is actually not bad. Have you thought about writing about science for a living? And I went, you can write about science for a living? So I did some research and found an undergrad program at a place called Lehigh in Pennsylvania, and took a undergrad degree in science journalism. It was run through the journalism program, but the idea was that you also at least take a minor in a science of your choosing. I chose earth and environmental science, and the rest is history.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jaggard, for your insight on your perspective on science journalism and writing, and thank you all panelists for giving us your perspective. So we often find that students interested in science communication struggle to get a foothold in this interdisciplinary career space. So going back to you, Ms. Jaggard, you got a foothold in you studied journalism and science writing in college. So I wanted to ask you, like, do you have any advice for students who want to align their undergraduate pursuits with their ultimate envisioned careers in scientific communication? And also, my second question is, what sorts of opportunities or mentorships did you seek out in your career journey?
It is such a great question, and I feel like it's so hard for me personally to answer because all of my answers are now wildly out of date. 20 years ago, it was really kind of the dawn of the internet. I mean, smartphones weren't a thing, social media was not a thing. It was a very different ecosystem when I was coming out of college, and I think there are a lot of things that a lot more opportunities and also a lot more challenges in the modern media landscape for people who want to break into science writing. For me personally, I looked a lot to mentorship. I looked a lot to my professors. I looked to other journalists, joining professional organizations of any stripe as early as you possibly can. That would be my number one piece of advice, because you learn so much from the people who are already in the industry. And I have found personally that it's a very welcoming industry and people genuinely want to help others succeed in this career path because we all realize how important quality, trustworthy science journalism is in today's marketplace. So I think the other thing that I would definitely recommend, aside from joining professional groups, and usually there are, for what it's worth, student discounts on these professional groups. So that's also very helpful. Uh-oh. Oop, no, there we go. Okay, sorry, I just lost the video feed. So if you can still hear me, I'm still talking.
Yes.
Cool. The other thing is I went the route of searching for internships, and I think a lot of people have had great success with looking around at the internship landscape. There are a lot of places that have a lot of interesting opportunities. I know quite a few colleagues of mine who went the path of being scientists before they were being journalists, and they really appreciated taking master's programs. The one at MIT I've heard is amazing. Obviously, the one, the SHIRP program there in New York, the one for Santa Cruz in California. So there are a lot of opportunities there. And I think what's so amazing about those opportunities is they provide vocational experience and not just academic experience. Because the one way you get better at any kind of journalism is by doing it and doing it and doing it. And so I think the more that you can write for your own purposes, write whatever interests you, write blogs, write on your social feeds, write video scripts, write, and read is the number. Yeah, actually, I would walk all of everything I just said back. That's my number one piece of advice. And I will end there.
Thank you so much for that incredibly helpful advice. Mr. Levitin, you also studied journalism in undergrad and at the graduate level, so we'd also like to hear from you on this. Like, what advice do you have for students at the college level to prepare for a career in scientific communication? What sort of opportunities or mentorship did you seek out along the way?
Sure. So as an undergrad, I actually just ended up as an English major. So no journalism as an undergrad. I did end up in the journalism program at SHIRP at NYU. And that, I mean, that was really when I sort of figured out that I wanted to go into journalism. Before that, I was kind of casting around. The medical trade writing stuff was a little bit more of like, hey, I need a job. I'm out of college. And it was still sort of in the ballpark. So once I sort of decided more that I wanted to go into real science communication and science journalism, yes, I totally agree with Victoria that those programs are really useful. Obviously, it's not for everybody. That grad school costs money. It's not necessarily like a given that you can do that. And I totally understand that. But it really is a pretty small community at a certain point. And just, knowing a lot of people that went through those programs. I mean, there are so many people working at these publications that we all work at and many others that went through, those types of programs. And so there's just kind of a built-in network. And I know that's not like a super useful piece of advice unless you go there, but it does make a difference. And I have definitely found that just sort of, staying in touch with your professors. And if you study journalism as an undergrad, that'll also just be a super useful thing to do. It's not something that used to come naturally to me, to be honest. I was not very good at like making friends with all my professors as an undergrad. I was always jealous of the people who could, because I do think that's pretty useful. But yeah, I think I agree that joining places like National Association of Science Writers, Society of Environmental Journalists, those conferences do have, you know, student discounts and everything, and they are pretty useful, and they have lots of, you know, help finding internships, finding fellowships, finding jobs even. So I'm kind of repeating what Victoria was saying, but yes, I agree. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leviton, and thank you so much, Victoria. So on top of postgraduate opportunities, I want to go to Mr. Kozlov. So you won the prestigious 2020 AAAS Mass Media Fellowship. Do you have any advice for students looking to apply for fellowships and programs in scientific journalism?
Sure. And the fellowship that you just mentioned is, Dave, you also mentioned it. It's a program that puts scientists in newsrooms. It's been going on for nearly 50 years. And I worked for the St. Louis regional newspaper for that. It's a kind of like a boot camp over a summer where you're just publishing. I guess my advice is more broad than, you know, just this fellowship, but I guess the way that I discovered that science journalism was even a possible career path was the National Association of Science Writers. They award some money to attend either their annual conference or the AAAS annual conference, and I did that. I applied for that program when I was an undergraduate still, and I went to, you know, it's this giant general science conference, and I met other science journalists there, and I was like, wait, like, you could do this for a living. I was going just because I was generally interested in science. I didn't think that, you know, at the time I wasn't, I didn't foresee going to science journalism. So I think there is an element of finding these opportunities and putting your name in, because there are these kind of opportunities for people to interface and to connect with journalists. I would also definitely plug the Open Notebook. It's this online resource that was written by science journalists for science journalists, and on there they have, you know, everything from how to pitch an outlet to finding these kinds of travel grants to preparing applications for these kinds of fellowships. So I definitely highly recommend checking out their content. And the one last one I will give is, I think it goes by a different name now, but it's kind of it's a specific program. I think it's called the SciCommers. It's run through Boston University now, but it's kind of an online community of people who are interested in science communication. And so it's great to meet other people in a similar position who are interested in science communication. Two, they do these, they call them mentor chats. So every month or every other month, they will host an informal Zoom discussion with somebody who works in the field. And third, most important, they have this program called the Writers Program that I think they still run, where it's basically like, I call it freelancing on training wheels, because you write a pitch, they review the pitches, and if you're accepted into the program, they'll help guide you through the process of writing, and you'll get a ton of feedback, peer feedback from other folks in the community, and they will try to, after this entire process, try to publish your piece and help you kind of navigate that it can be a daunting process. So the two resources, again, I just named are the Open Notebook and SciCommers, which I believe is at Boston University now.
Thank you so much. And thank you all so much for the wonderful advice in figuring out career paths in college and navigating postgraduate opportunities in this space. So shifting gears a little bit. So now you're all experienced science communicators after navigating all of the kind of confusions of figuring out career paths in college. But one difficult part of this profession is being able to communicate science to a broad audience composed of people with varying degrees of scientific familiarity. So Dr. Grimm, I want to turn to you because you mentioned that you've trained in science as a biochemistry and cell biology student at UCSD and a genetics PhD student at Yale. So you've got quite a bit of experience with technical research and jargon. However, I imagine the audience that you're writing for is not necessarily as scientifically experienced. So we are curious about how you are able to balance the technical accuracy of scientific content with the need for it to be accessible to a broader audience. And particularly, what strategies do you use to make complex science understandable?
I love that question because it's probably the most challenging and most fulfilling part of the job. Science, the magazine, which comes out every week, tends to be a little bit more technical. Even the news articles there, because most of the subscribers to Science, the magazine, tend to be scientists, maybe policymakers, maybe teachers. So the magazine tends to be written at a bit of a higher level. But the online site, which is the site I manage, it's free to everybody. And we have a very large following on Facebook and Blue Sky and other social media platforms. And what that means is our online content especially is getting disseminated far and wide. High school students are reading it, and soccer dads are reading it, and janitors are reading it, and grandmothers are reading it. And a lot of these people don't have scientific backgrounds. And when I used to teach science journalism, I taught science journalism at Johns Hopkins for 11 years. And my go-to was always my grandmother, who sadly just passed away a couple years ago. But, she loved to learn stuff. But, if she took a science course, it was probably 70 years ago. And so I always sort of had her in the back of my head, and I would tell writers for us too to do the same thing. Like, I want you to write at a level that your friend, your parent, your grandparent who doesn't have a science background is not only going to be able to understand this, but really be compelled by it. Like, get so invested in the story because you used great phrasing and color and drama or whatever, that they not only feel that they've learned something at the end of the story, but they're like, oh, I want to share this. I want to email this to a friend. Or if you're my mother-in-law, I want to print it out, put it in an envelope, send it to my grandkids, whatever way you want to get it to other people. And that only happens when things are written at a very accessible level, when the jargon is mostly taken out, when the clunky academic passive phrasing that you find in scientific articles or even at scientific conferences, when you have people talking like people in your story, whether you're quoting them or paraphrasing them. And so I feel like, especially when I'm editing, 70% of what I'm doing in an edit, depending on what kind of shape the story comes in, is taking something that can be kind of dense and kind of jargony and not really accessible to a broad audience, and trying to put a beautiful headline on it and trying to make the lead much catchier and grabby and make you want to read the rest of the story, and making sure everything flows. And again, trying to, if we're going to introduce jargon, at least make sure it's defined in a way using an analogy or a metaphor or whatever that's going to resonate with the average reader. So, and because one of the missions of AAAS is to communicate science with the public, it's not just something I find fulfilling for my job. It's actually an important part of what we do as an organization, because if we are putting out content there that the general public can't understand and doesn't want to share, then we're also not fulfilling our mission.
Thank you so much, Dr. Graham, for giving us a glimpse of breaking down scientific jargon to be more understandable for the general audience. So I want to go to Professor Wiener. I want to circle back to you, since you've written many nonfiction books where you synthesize histories of discovery across decades, such as The Beak of the Finch, and Time, Love, Memory. Building off what Neha said to Dr. Grimm, how do you balance scientific accuracy and accessibility in your books? But also, what are the benefits and drawbacks of this long form communication style as it relates to this balance of scientific completeness and comprehension?
Oh, it's a great question. I think about it all the time in my writing and also in teaching here at Columbia Journalism School. And the answer that I've always found most appealing is story, where drawing people in through the universal love of stories. And so in my writing of books or long form stories for magazines like the New Yorker or the Atlantic, which are wonderful places to go for this kind of work, you look for wonderful characters and powerful stories and a strong combination of the elements of great characters and fascinating science. And you hope that through the love of story, you can draw audiences through, even if they weren't necessarily interested in that topic before they picked it up. They're drawn in by the power of the story. So that's always what I've emphasized, and I think it's helpful. It's helpful. I want to echo something that a number of people have already said, but it's really helpful to read great stuff. I think it was you, Victoria, who said this, put that at the top, that read, 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 and also to find opportunities to write. As soon as you begin to sniff around this as a possibility for yourself, write as much as you can, find places where you can break in, where the bar is low, get started. It's really the best of ways to develop your skills and to build toward longer form stuff, which is so satisfying. And I also want to plug NASW. The National Academy of Science Writers was already around and thriving when I was starting out way back in 1979, and they were really, really helpful. It was a great way to meet people who were doing this at all different levels and stages and ages, and helps you get in the door.
Thank you so much for your insight, Professor Wiener, on scientific completeness and comprehension. So we noticed that there is an immense power in being able to sufficiently communicate complex scientific topics to the public as science pervades and drives our lives as well. So, but with that great power, there's great responsibility. And in our last panel, we discussed how incredibly value your line of work is, but how incredibly dangerous scientific communication can be if done poorly, namely by the people who don't know what they're talking about. So circling back to Mr. Levitin, you authored a book on the scientific misinformation in politics. And I want to ask you about what are your main takeaways of the pervasiveness of misinformation in the public sphere, and how aspiring scientific communicators, such as those in our audience, can rebuild trust in science.
I don't think I'm going to get that done in these 30 seconds, but yeah, so also, I should say it first, I'm probably a little out of date here just in terms of that book. I wrote that book in like 2015, 16. It came out in early 2017. It's called Not a Scientist. And it was basically sort of a playbook of the kinds of rhetorical tricks that politicians use when they are going to either lie or just get science wrong. I will say it is not without relevance now, but the landscape has changed in the sense that there's a whole lot more scientific misinformation, and there's a whole lot bigger megaphones to get it out there. So I honestly, I mean, this is going to be very unsatisfying, but I don't have a great solution to this. I think it is a very big problem, and I think the best that we can do as scientific journalists, science communicators, I mean, there's value in debunking to a certain extent, which is that book basically grew out of a brief stint I had as a science writer for factcheck.org, where my job was to debunk politician statements about science. So there's definitely still value in doing that and doing it as loudly and as sort of widely as possible. There are obviously limitations to that approach. And again, I'm sorry to be a downer, but I don't really have great ideas about what to do about that. If other people do, I would love to hear them. But I think the best thing to do is basically if there is misinformation or disinformation that is being spread, then use the platforms that you have available to you to simply and clearly explain why they're wrong. I mean, it's really not that complicated, but the louder you can be, the better. I mean, that's my only solution to very loud misinformation is louder information. But again, that's not, a functional solution. So again, if other people have ideas here, I'm all ears.
Yeah, I guess if any of the other panelists want to comment on combating misinformation, either how maybe in your line of work you've experienced kind of being able to communicate your uh, interests over any sort of misinformation that is coming up in your line of expertise, or we can also move on to another question.
I took the microphone, but I don't really have it. I mean, I think very, very quickly, one of the things that's so important to us at Science, and I'm sure at other publications as well, is that, we've really avoided, for the most part, chasing clickbaity stories that are just salacious. And we're saying, like, is the study solid? We got the writers got to get that. They've got to talk to outside experts for all of our stories. So all these stories have already gone through peer review, but they're getting this additional layer of vetting from the outside sources that the journalist is talking to. And so the most important thing for us at Science is that when people come to the news page, that we are that resource that people, because there's such a huge ecosystem of scientific publications out there, and a lot of this is just repurposed press releases. It's places like, I'm not going to name them, but there's places like on Facebook that just sort of regurgitate any random science fact that they find. And so it's like, and since science has been around for as long as it has, we've got this reputation. It's like people can trust us, and it's so important for us to keep that up. So if there is misinformation out there, we want to be the place that if people come to us and go, I'm seeing 5 different takes on this, or people saying 5 different things, I want to go to Science and see what they're saying. It's so important for us that when they come to us, they are going to get like the most rigorous, like truthful, accurate story that they can get.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's so important that we have kind of rigorous checking of, not just the research relayed in an editorial, but the original research itself. And so I really appreciate that. And as a final question on this topic of public consumption of scientific information before we turn it over to Q&A, in your writing, and I'll ask this to Ms. Jaggard, and then for anyone else who wants to take the question, how do you prioritize what topic is important to you personally and what you think your audience wants to consume in a constantly adapting scientific world?
Absolutely. I think I would just add really quickly to the previous conversation. This question of misinformation is something that we've really been wrestling with, I think, across the industry, especially because even in the nonprofit space, we do care about things like how many people are reading our stories, how many people are engaging with our content, and misinformation and purposeful disinformation have had a very they've eroded a lot of trust in legacy media organizations. They've eroded trust in institutions and the concept of expertise. There's a lot of research on this from Pew, for instance, on the idea that Americans writ large are just having a harder time trusting authority figures. And that includes scientists, that includes journalists, that includes even the military these days, which is kind of amazing to think about. So one of the things that they have consistently found instead is that people are more willing to trust individuals, even if they're not somebody that you know specifically, like in your real life. So people can develop these parasocial relationships with internet influencers, and then the influencer becomes infinitely more trustworthy than the New York Times. And it's a really interesting phenomenon in and of itself. It creates this whole other mess of how do we effectively communicate science as a legacy media organization, because people may not trust it, even if we are giving them what we know, what we have carefully researched to be accurate, reliable information. One of the ways that we have talked about trying to counter this is leaning into our staff reporters and our staff writ large as the experts that you can trust, and drawing out more of their personalities, talking more about who they are as people and why it is that they are people that you can trust to deliver accurate science information. And I think at Science News, we're especially fortunate to have a staff of just really incredible staff reporters who have very well delineated beats. And I think we are trying to lean harder into that. It is one potential solution. I cannot say yet. data TK whether any of this is going to have any kind of impact. But it is something that we think about a lot. And I think that speaks, Neha, to your ultimate question to me, which was actually, wait, remind me what your original question was so I can be sure I get it correct.
Yeah. So how do you prioritize what topic is important to you personally and what you think your audience wants to consume in a constantly adapting scientific world?
Which is a fantastic question because as an editor, one of the jokes we often say is news is what happens to your editors because we're constantly having things happen in our lives or seeing things out in the world and saying, oh gosh, that would make a great story. Let me toss it at my expert reporter and see what happens. I think it is a balancing act for sure because in a lot of ways, you can consider yourself a little bit of a proxy for your reader. You're drawn to specific career paths, you're drawn to specific publications because it is stuff that you enjoy. And you can think of yourself as the initial cold reader for a lot of the ideas that come across your desk when you're the editor. So do I personally find this interesting? It's a good chance other people are going to find it interesting too, is a lot of the ways that we approach it. That's with the giant caveat that a lot of times I'm just wrong. And there are things that my reporters feel very passionate about and that they really want to write about. And I have a bit of skepticism that it's going to meet the mark. But you have to develop a certain amount of trust with your reporters as well and understand that they, as the beat experts and the people out there talking to their sources, are the ones who really know what it is that's happening in the zeitgeist at the time and can give you a story maybe that you wouldn't have originally thought would be that super exciting that will really resonate with your readers. So it's a bit of a balancing act of saying, what do I personally get excited about? What do I think is going to make an amazing story based on my, decades of experience working on storytelling versus what do other people get excited about? And can they convince me that that's something that we should spend some resources on?
Thank you so much for that insight. And we do have another minute remaining before we transition to our Q&A section. So I'll turn it over to the rest of the panelists either to answer this question or if there's any other topic you want to elaborate on that we've previously discussed that you want to leave us with as a final thought before we have some questions from the audience, please feel free to answer any questions.
I'm just curious, would it be useful for us to talk about any internship opportunities we have at our publications?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go. So we have 2 6-month internships. One starts basically the beginning of the year and goes through the middle of the summer, and then the second one starts right after that, middle of the summer to the end of the year. They are primarily geared towards folks that have a science writing degree or a journalism degree and have already done 1 or 2 other internships. We also have a summer internship for 10 weeks. So those 2 internships are 6 months. We have a 10-week internship over the summer that's called our Diverse Voices internship. And this is geared towards slightly younger, less established writers who come from more underrepresented backgrounds. Also, we like to see some examples of journalistic writing, either for a college paper, but the bar isn't quite as high for the 6-month internship. If you're interested in either of those, I don't handle the Diverse Voices internship, but I can put you in touch with who does. My email is dgrim, DGRIMM, @AAS.org.
At Nature, we also offer 2 6-month internships, one beginning in January, one beginning in June, or July rather. I believe the application for the July through December one is open now. That's also how I started writing at Nature. I was an intern there a few years ago. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity. Some of the other outlets I mentioned also do internship programs, and I think there is the NASW also does an annual internship fair where you can meet editors who are who offer these kinds of positions, and it's much more comprehensive than what we just us on stage here.
Well, thank you so much all for your insights, and we really appreciate you coming in person today. And thank you, Ms. Jaggard. I know that you couldn't make it in person, but we really appreciate you joining on Zoom to be with us. So we will now transition into our Q&A section. So for anyone in person who has questions, we have quite a few hands, and then I will also monitor the Zoom. So let's see, keep your hands raised, and I'll call. Okay, yes, you just feel free to use your mic here.
Hello, my name is Joel. I'm also from Stevens Institute of Technology. I'm a biomedical engineer. I'm a junior right now, and I'm planning to pursue my PhD. I remember someone mentioned that they either were pursuing or they finished pursuing their PhD, and then for whatever reason they decided to switch over to journalism. I want to know what helped you make that decision. What aspect of science do you really not engage with as much?
That was me. Yeah, I was about 3 or 4 years into my PhD program. It was a genetics PhD, and I just kind of I enjoyed being there, and I enjoyed the learning, and I enjoyed the people I met, but I just got real tired of sort of focusing on the same problem over and over again. And also, my project wasn't going very well, which didn't help. And so while at university, while in grad school, I started pursuing other opportunities to write. I started writing for the Yale Daily News. I helped create a couple of magazines on campus. And that's one really important thing I'll say to anybody who's interested in either transitioning or really going hardcore into journalism. Any place you apply to, whether it's a job or more realistically an internship or a fellowship, they're going to want to see evidence that you're serious about this. And so even when I applied for the mass media fellowship, and that was 20 years ago, and I bet you the standards even higher now, they want to see evidence that well, you say you want to transition to be a journalist, you say you're interested in journalism, show us. And so luckily I had clips from the Yale Daily News that I could show them. I had I could show them these magazines that I was working on campus. And so it wasn't just oh, this sounds like fun. We get that a lot. This sounds like fun. I really hate my PhD. I really hate science. Journalism sounds like fun, right? No serious publication that's going to take you. They need more than that. They want demonstrated ability that you actually have started to pursue this as an interest, as a career. So just sort of keep that in mind for any of you thinking about applying for fellowships or internships.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? We can probably take 2 more. Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon. I'm Bertilla, senior biomedical engineering at Stevens. And I was curious, to your knowledge, if there's any initiatives that or successful partnerships between scientific writers and NGOs internationally that would work in regions. I'm going to use the Balkans as an example to make scientific information more accessible, or if there's any strategies that have proven most effective in overcoming language, cultural, and resource barriers. I also want to pursue a career in PhD, but I would also like to follow up with science communication in the Balkans, especially. Thank you.
So this is only sort of a bit towards what you're asking, but there is something called the World Conference of Science Journalists, which I mean, I haven't checked in the last little bit, but they were doing a conference every 2 years, and they do basically they try to connect science communicators from around the world, and they try to focus especially on less represented parts of the world a lot of the time. I can't tell you much about their actual initiatives, but it's at least a starting point, maybe. There are also specific internships and fellowships. Trying to remember this. I can look it up later if you'd like, but there was one in Germany in particular that had sort of an exchange between countries. I'm just trying to think of ones where there's an international component to it, but that's at least maybe a starting point.
Thank you so much. We'll take one more question.
Hi, my name is Sydney Campbell Teague, and I go to Boston University. I'm a senior there, double majoring in neuroscience and psychology, minor in deaf studies. My question was, when you were talking about the your researchers, not your researchers, sorry, your reporters and stuff, and how they have their own sources that they you trust their that what they're bringing is valid and stuff. I'm wondering, what are the checks and balances, because usually in research there's scrutiny and an empiricalness. I don't know if that's the word, sorry, but what are the demographics of the sources of the information and the socioeconomic status, and like how do we make sure that what you're finding is actually representative of the population or like valid to take it to, because you have to use discernment in what you're reading everywhere. So I'm just wondering, how can I like be sure it's, yeah, thank you. And also, I think it's crazy that you told us about the program at BU for science journalism, and we go there and we didn't even know. Like, yeah, we're seniors. And we're seniors, so it's unfortunate. But thank you for sharing that.
I think your question gets at the heart of science journalism because that's kind of what we are doing on a daily basis, is trying to balance wanting to get information out quickly with making sure that we're covering this story as completely, rigorously, and kind of keeping in, like, obviously we can't speak to every scientist about whatever we're writing. So it's kind of I don't think I have an easy solution. I think it's a skill that you learn the more that you go through this process. I think there is an element of, once you have people that you've spoken to, and you develop a relationship with that source, and so there's an element of trust there. I think that also thinking about who is represented in the story, and making sure that you're not just going to the same people again and again, because you're going to be missing perspective, and that means you have to work extra hard to find other people, because it's much easier to just, Google, if you're writing a story about microplastics, and, you see the last 4 people that, were another outlet talk to. But so it takes extra work, but it's really important, because you can be sure that you're covering more of the representative population, and speaking to also people who might be most affected by what it is that you're writing about. That's also very important to keep in mind. But you're right that it's not as empirical, perhaps, and just because it's empirical also doesn't mean that that system doesn't have flaws as well. But that kind of gets at the heart, at the humanity of what we do.
Thank you so much. And I'll leave the last word to Ms. Jaggard. I see your hand is raised for a comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to build on what Max was saying, because I completely agree. It is the heart of what we do as science journalists. A big part of our job is to talk to as many people as possible to get the most complete picture that we can possibly get on any particular issue. So that includes talking to multiple experts. That definitely includes talking to people who are affected by whatever scientific challenge it is that we're looking to report on. There are, of course, trade-offs when it comes to resourcing, depending on how deep of a story you want, how long of a story you want, how much money, how much time. You can do a deeply reported feature at National Geographic, a magazine story. Feature length there could take anywhere from 6 months to 16 years, I believe, is the longest it took for one story to go from idea to publication. So it kind of depends on what your allowances are, but I think a lot of publications do take a lot of effort to make sure that they're getting a diverse mix of perspectives before they assign a story. They absolutely check on the credentials, but also the relationships sometimes of the experts involved. One of the interesting anecdote stories that I had from my time at Nat Geo was attempting to do what was initially going to be a relatively quick turn story on a fun little study about the discovery of the world's oldest cheese. It turns out that the person that our reporter found, who is the world expert on old cheese, really, really did not like that study and had a lot of very negative things to say about it. And my reporter came back to me almost in tears, because this person had given her a long and detailed diatribe about why she should not write about this study, and she didn't know what to do. And we did a little bit more digging. We talked to the original researchers on the paper, and we found out that these people had a personal relationship with each other. And the professor who was the world expert really didn't like the person who was writing this new study. And so he had other motivations for critiquing her scientific approach. So there are a lot of times when you have to remember that science is still intrinsically a human process and it is affected by human foibles. And we as reporters are responsible for doing as much as we can to try to uncover when that is the case and to weigh that in our decisions when it comes to our editorial strategy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our panelists again for being here today. I think we should give them all a round of applause for taking the time to speak with us today. For the questions that we couldn't get to today, please feel free to send them over to us and we'll happily connect you to our panelists and be sure that you can get your additional outstanding questions answered. So for right now, we'll conclude the panel. We have lunch, so please stay for lunch, mingle amongst yourselves and with our panelists if they could stay. And we will be back for our next panel on the history of discovery, frontiers of science at 1:40 p.m. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. My name is Lindsay. I'm a part of the NUCSJ board, and we're excited to delve into our next panel, which is going to cover the dynamics of scientific discovery, exploring how serendipity, creativity, and risk-taking drive breakthroughs and shape research. Our discussions will address lessons from transformative discoveries, the balance between structured and open-ended exploration, and the impact of collaboration across disciplines. Panelists will also offer advice for overcoming failure, fostering resilience, and inspiring the next generation of scientists to push the boundaries of knowledge. The panel will feature Mark Adenoth, assistant professor of the history of technology at Harvard and former senior advisor in the Biden-Harris White House. We'll also have Ivana Hughes, director of Columbia's Frontiers of Science course and president of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, and Robert Lefkowitz, Nobel Prize-winning physician-scientist and professor of medicine, biochemistry and chemistry at Duke University. This panel will be moderated by Daniel Schneider and Subin Chetty. Thank you all for being here, and we're excited to get started.
Can our panelists hear us okay?
Yes.
Amazing. Well, just want to start off by saying thank you so much for joining us, both in the audience and our panelists over on Zoom. We are so lucky to have this incredible collection of true scientific luminaries from so many different areas. We were actually inspired by the title of your book, Dr. Lefkowitz, and thinking a little bit about the process of science, even though maybe it's presented as something very rigorous and intentional, as something that can maybe be accidental or serendipitous. And we were wondering if we could just go around and ask you about your own research background and if there have been any maybe fortuitous or unexpected discoveries that you made in the course of your own research and maybe how that shaped your trajectory.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, for openers, as you learned if you looked at my book, my whole career as a scientist is serendipitous. I had no intention of being a scientist. I never wanted to be a scientist. I wanted to be a practicing physician from the time I was 8 years old. And I assiduously pursued that career. Went to a special high school in New York City, the Bronx High School of Science in Columbia, as a pre-med and chem major, house staff training at Columbia, and would have happily gone on to a career practicing medicine and cardiology, which is all I ever wanted to do. I loved science, but not the idea of doing science. I enjoyed learning about it, but I really didn't want to do it. But then something fortuitous, the Vietnam War, a terrible thing, but all physicians were drafted. It wasn't like the mainstream draft for men, which was a lottery draft. For physicians, everybody was drafted upon medical school graduation, which for me was 1966, right in the middle of the Vietnam War. I was fortunate enough to be drafted into the United States Public Health Service rather than the Army or Navy or Air Force, and that fulfilled my draft obligation. But I was assigned stateside to the NIH, where I split my time between 20% or so taking care of patients in the clinical center and 80% assigned to a research laboratory to help with some other physician scientists who were doing basic research. I had no choice in that matter. And so I started. And we can get into this later. I failed miserably. I had no prior experience with this kind of thing. And for the first time in my life, I faced prolonged failure. But my mentors kept me afloat emotionally. And eventually I did succeed and was able to make some progress in the research. It doesn't matter exactly what it was. But that was where I first got my taste of research. And although I would then go back and finish clinical training, I knew at that point that I would need to incorporate research in some way into my career. So my whole research career and trajectory was influenced by a major serendipitous occurrence. In terms of my own research, which is on receptors for hormones and drugs, there have been numerous examples where serendipity has graced my path. And we can talk about that later. And it might be useful to talk about, I mean, serendipity occurs in every scientist's career and on a number of occasions. The question is whether you recognize it and grab it when it happens. And if you like, later on, we can talk about how you might do that. I don't want to monopolize the microphone.
No worries. Thank you very much. We have another panelist joining us, Dr. Ivana Hughes, which Columbia students might know her for her work in the Frontiers of Science as the director of the course. So Dr. Hughes, I just wanted to ask you, as someone who's very familiar with a lot of these frontiers and new discoveries in science, you don't have to mention one, but I guess what is a notable discovery or breakthrough that you feel like revolutionized the field? It can be like a more specific field or generally science.
Oh, well, that's a great question. Thank you so much. And thank you for having me with everyone today. I have to apologize that I will have to leave a little bit early, but I'm really pleased to have a chance to talk to everyone at the conference. Since you mentioned Frontiers of Science, maybe I should just say a little bit for students in the audience who don't know about the course, who are not at Columbia. This course is part of our core curriculum, hence everyone in Columbia College should know it and has either taken it already or is taking it now. And what we really try to do in that course is we try to really achieve two goals. One is to teach students how to think scientifically, how scientists approach questions, how they set up experiments, how they analyze data and evidence, and how they draw conclusions from those. We call this a kind of toolkit that we have named Scientific Habits of Mind, and that contains a whole bunch of different scientific habits of mind, including basic understanding of statistics, probability, ability to do calculations, and so on and so forth. But the second goal is to also introduce students to the frontiers of some of the most exciting disciplines in science today. And we actually at times make changes to this curriculum, but for quite a while, we've had a unit on the brain, which I think neuroscience is just definitely one of the most exciting fields of research currently. And then our second unit is actually entitled Physics and Reality. It's a unit really on modern physics, the kind of modern physics that started in the 20th century and continues to today. Our third unit is Molecules and Life, and that's kind of looking at our basic understanding of the molecules that make up life, and then thinking about how that understanding impacts our ability to both understand diseases, but also to address them. And our last unit, and this is a unit that's been in the course for the entire lifetime of the course, basically over 20 years now. It's a unit on climate, and clearly a very climate change, clearly a very, very important topic in society today. So it's very hard for me. I actually come into this with sort of my PhD background is actually in biochemistry, so closest to the Molecules and Life unit, where I studied the evolution of proteins. But my more recent scholarly background has actually been in trying to understand the impact of nuclear weapons testing on the environments and people. And this is the kind of field work actually that we have done at Columbia with undergraduates in far off places, including the Marshall Islands, where the US tested nuclear weapons. All this said, it's hard for me to single out any particular discovery. I clearly, on the one hand, think that science is such a powerful tool for understanding the world, but to me, it goes far beyond that. It's also a tool to inspire us about how marvelous of a world we live in and how much we have to actually protect it. Hence that, the climate unit. But also, I just said I work on nuclear weapons. So that's kind of the flip coin, right, of scientific discovery. Really, I would say here, actually getting out of the hands of the scientists. I think that's really where we were even in 1945. Scientists were some of the first proponents of disarmament, some of the first proponents of international control of nuclear weapons, some of the first people asking, even when I hope many people in the audience have seen the film Oppenheimer, and if you haven't, you should absolutely see it. It's a fascinating historical story, but I think more than, I mean, it has so many messages, but I think one message is that when scientists create something, it's as much as they might end up having an opinion and as much as they might end up having the right argument, and as much as some of the scientists actually try to even, some of this was represented in the movie, some of it wasn't, but we're questioning even the use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Once it's out of their hands, it's going to be someone else making the decision. So I think there's a really important cautionary tale there. And I'll just say that for future journalists, it's one topic that I do really encourage you to work on and read about and write about. It's a very, very important topic for our world. So thank you. Thanks so much.
Can I give you a highly specific example of serendipity in science, which led to a major discovery, which had a major impact, which I think illustrates the issue? Okay. First of all, let me say, Ivana, as a graduate of Columbia College class of 62, who loved the core curriculum, boy, do I wish we had your course back then, which we did not. I think I would have enjoyed it even more than some of the others. But anyway, here's a specific example. And of course, specific examples, I'll try to avoid getting too deep in the weeds. But protein kinases are very important enzymes which phosphorylate proteins. And that's one of the most important regulatory mechanisms in all of biology. Okay. Back in the, I guess, 70s, I may be off on the dates, the only kind of protein phosphorylation that was known was on serine and threonine residues. Those are amino acids. But certain proteins, kinases, had been discovered, such as the receptor for insulin-like growth factor or insulin, or even oncogenes like SRC, which seemed there was some controversy as to what residue they phosphorylated. Well, a scientist named Tony Hunter, and the way you decided this is you would phosphorylate a protein, and then you would degrade it into all its individual amino acids, and you would run those out on a thin layer chromatography plate. And phosphoserine ran in a certain place, and phosphothreonine ran in another place. So he had done the experiment with these molecules like the receptors for insulin or insulin-like growth factor, and it wasn't running in the place of either of these. Okay, he didn't know what to make of that. So he didn't make much of it because others were in the process of publishing that when they did the experiment, they seemed to be getting the known residues of serine and threonine. So that bothered him because that was different than his result. So he went back and he did his experiment again. And now he didn't get that anomalous initial result. Now he was getting what everybody else was getting, which wasn't particularly interesting. He didn't know what to make of that. So he spent months trying to replicate his original unpublished finding. He couldn't do it. Then one day he said, well, the last thing left, he says, I'm using a different buffer than the one I used in the original experiment. It was the same composition, but it was freshly made. So he went back to the lab bench, took down the old bottle of buffer, okay, which may have even had some mold growing in it by then, and used it to repeat. Now he got the original anomalous result. So now he checked into it, and sure enough, I guess because of its age and maybe the mold growing or whatever in there, the pH of that buffer had changed, okay? And in fact, it was that altered pH which had allowed him to distinguish the fact that the phosphorylation was going on tyrosine residues, which everybody else had missed. Okay, that led to the discovery of a new family of protein kinases called tyrosine kinases, which are very important. They're cancer-causing molecules, etc. But the whole thing was due to the accidental discovery due to the fact that the pH on his buffer had gone off, sitting on the shelf. Now, the other key to that is that he had the persistence and the curiosity to figure out why he couldn't reproduce the original result. But the original result was pure accident and pure serendipity.
A truly incredible story. Before we get a little farther down this road of making the best use of serendipity, I'd like to pass a quick question to Dr. Hughes before she has to leave, and then to Dr. Adenoff, who we haven't heard from yet. As we've heard, you are researchers in your own right, but you're also stewards of discovery. Professor Lefkowitz has been recognized on a world stage as a Nobel laureate. Dr. Hughes, you mentioned you are heavily involved in nuclear policy and regulation across the world. And Dr. Adenoff, you are a very senior policy advisor, and you've been one of the key mentors to some of the world's foremost politicians in navigating science. So my question, and I'll direct us to Dr. Hughes, and then maybe we can hear from Dr. Adenoff, is how do you see yourself as a steward of discovery, and how do you draw upon the history of discovery to help science and discoveries be used for good, betterment of humanity, and preventing them from generating harm?
So it's a wonderful question. Thank you so much for that question. When I started talking about frontiers of science, I shared this idea that for me, science is the source, endless source of inspiration. Something that I do really believe adds a dimension to our human experience that is otherwise not reachable. And that doesn't mean it's the most meaningful or the most important or the one that's going to speak to everyone in the same way. But I do think that it needs to be recognized, that science in general needs to be recognized as one of the greatest human achievements, in line with music and literature and art, and that we all need to, you know, take more of it and draw inspiration from it. In my work on policy issues, specifically related to nuclear disarmament, I'm really focused on making sure that the voices of scientists are heard, that scientists are involved in these conversations. As I mentioned, historically, they were some of the first voices for nuclear disarmament. But I think today there's just such a growth of knowledge and understanding in what these weapons have done, what they could do in the future if they were ever used, or if there ever were something like a nuclear war, that it's, I find it incredibly important to be among the people who are speaking about these issues, and to be able to explain the science behind these findings and discoveries. And yes, we want to use not just science, really all human achievements to better the human condition, to better our societies, to better lives of individuals as well as large groups of people. And I think scientists have a lot of ways in which they could play a role there. So why don't I stop and say goodbye to everyone, and thank you so much for including me, and what a pleasure to be with Professor Lefkowitz and Dr. Ayadinov on the panel. Thank you so much, and I apologize for the early departure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We can give her a quick round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us,
Take
Dr.
care,
Hughes.
everyone. Bye, bye. Thank you. Bye.
And I'd love to pass the same question to Dr. Aidenov. You know, as your experiences as a historian and a policy advisor, I'm curious how you would respond.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this is a bit of a surreal time to answer this question because I'm sure this has already come up at the conference, but the guidance from NIH capping indirect costs is something that we can talk in this space and say there's an enormous assault on the scientific ecosystem. And so what I hear in a story like the one Dr. Lefkowitz told so beautifully is a system with a rich ecosystem of support, a space where a researcher has to do science can take time to actually follow a question, to wonder, to have their healthcare paid for on their postdoc without that being the make or break thing. And so to think of the ecosystem of support that's necessary for good science to happen has been this is a system that I think constantly as a historian and a policymaker, how do we tune this system? How do we make sure it's functioning as well as possible? But the United States has built in the sort of post-World War II model this incredible innovation ecosystem. And it's involved really building up institutions. And the NIH and the NSF are just cornerstones to that. And to see the sort of cap on indirect grants seems like such a small, the challenge you all have as journalists is to translate that to millions of dollars of pipettes. What does that actually mean? What are indirect costs, and why, when people imagine science, they think of what was mentioned before, these sort of important habits of mind, and that's essential. But you need a building to have those habits of mind in. You need a PI who's going to support you chasing down those things that are bothering you. You need someone to buy the buffer that's going to go bad on the shelf. And so to think of the way in which whole ecosystems, and I think of the Route 128 corridor, the Research Triangle, these sort of amazing ecosystems that include not just universities, but universities and venture capital firms and production and putting that all together, to me, is the ecosystem in which serendipity and discovery is possible.
Thank you for bringing up the issue that you just discussed about what's just come down on the indirect costs. And I would mention to you, and certainly relevant to what we're doing here right at this moment, when I get off this conference at exactly 2:30, I'm talking to one of the lead science writers for the New York Times who wants to get my view on the matter you just discussed. You can imagine what my view is. It'll have to be censored. But anyway. And by the way, the fact that you're a senior advisor, if you're senior, what the hell am I? Superannuated, beyond whatever. Anyway, everybody looks very young when you get into your 80s, suffice it to say.
And I think, yeah, this whole idea of you know, science kind of almost at threat and our uncertainty kind of being or the future kind of being uncertain is definitely a difficult challenge. So how are we as undergrads and young people looking to get into science, how are we supposed to kind of view these uncertainties? How would you kind of recommend we resolve these problems that we're seeing in policy?
Or to rephrase from an
I'm
earlier
all
question.
ears.
Well, I mean, I think not all of you are going to be the Nobel Prize winner on the phone with the New York Times in 15 minutes, but I think making the case for what science actually is and does is really important and really hard. I think the notion of science as removed from the world plays this really important role and gives scientists this important space protected from a certain type of politics, a certain type of intervention, but at the same time sometimes fails to translate why you get something like the Research Triangle, why the University of Pittsburgh is holding up the Pennsylvania economy, why we never actually figured out as a nation how to celebrate Operation Warp Speed and not only the development of the vaccines, but the manufacturing and the distribution of those vaccines. And that story, this is not a failure of science journalists, but that story is just really, really hard to tell. I mean, there are not people picking up the newspaper to say, well, how do fill in finish lines really work? But the production of these things, the questions of cold storage, these are things that fall to you all to help figure out how to tell those stories so that they connect with people, so that they feel understandable, and so they feel urgent. Because if they feel just technical and removed, then they're not something that we're going to get that need to save and preserve. And so telling the story of why the American innovation ecosystem has been so successful with this model is really worth, I think, everyone's time who cares about the scientific enterprise.
I think Mark is right on the money with that. If I can tell a brief vignette from my Nobel experience, I think it will, and it's particularly salient on this weekend, on the Super Bowl weekend. So when I was in Stockholm for about a week for the Nobel ceremonies 10 years or so ago, I observed an amazing thing. First of all, the prizes are always awarded on the 10th of December, which is the anniversary of Alfred Nobel's death. It's a national holiday. And after the ceremony, there's a huge banquet, all in white tie, etc. Everything is televised. People at home watch what's going on. They have their own banquets, okay? It's traditional for them have banquets, often to dress up in black or white tie themselves in their homes, invite family and friends, and have a feast together while they watch the ceremonies and the banquet going on. And there are talks, et cetera, et cetera. The pictures of the laureates are in the paper every day. There are diagrams in the newspaper showing the seating at the banquet so the people at home can see who's sitting next to whom and which laureate is sitting next to the princess, etc. The closest and only analogy we have in the United States is the Super Bowl weekend, okay? And I think that says it all, okay? Super Bowl weekend, Nobel Prizes. Culturally, it's totally different. And I agree completely with what Mark says. If somehow we could educate our populace as to all the benefits they're getting from the scientific enterprise here, I think it would take us a long way in resolving some of the issues we're talking about.
Really incredible. I mean, very interesting to think about in the context of perhaps not to get too political, but a challenging ecosystem for science. And on that note, I would love to ask a question of both of you in your studies as researchers or as people with deep experience in discovery, how do you deal with these adversities that come up, whether that be censorship, policy differences, or even just difficult circumstances, to use the phrase that Professor Lefkowitz said earlier, of turning serendipity into action. Like how do you actually turn a unexpected or difficult circumstance into a productive discovery or research environment?
Well, a lot of this is attitudinal, okay? So my key to trying to reap the full benefits of serendipity when it does grace me is expectation. I'm always expecting something good. I go in every morning just with this feeling of expectation that there's going to be some really important discovery or something really interesting to pursue. And that turns out to be false almost every day. But every once in a while it happens. And I think the fact that you are kind of ready for it and almost expecting it allows you to sort of perhaps recognize it. I saw a book, which I don't know anything about. I think it's a book by a cook, cooking book on the bestseller list recently called Be Ready When the Luck Happens. I think that was the title or something like that. And I think that's a big part of recognizing serendipity. In terms of dealing with failure, I think the important thing is for mentors to explain to their trainees that science is, 99% failure. You just have to learn through experience that you have to persevere despite that failure. And then the more you begin to succeed, the more how can I put it, confidence you have that even though I'm failing today, if I just hang on, I'll get something. And I can tell you, I've been fortunate enough in my long career to hear many, many talks by successful people from sports, military, law, medicine, science, everything. And whenever I've heard a career talk from a really successful person, invariably they emphasize how much failure they met with, especially early in their careers. And I think that young people need to hear that. And I think it gives them hope.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on sort of a few things there. I think the first is no one's forcing you to be a scientist. So, you do it because you enjoy it, and finding this is true of all careers, but it's definitely true that, if you just want to make money or you just want prestige, there's sort of other routes. Become a scientist because going to do the work of science is a source of joy for you. And then complain that there's too much time on grant writing or lab management. But figuring out what the core is that's joyful for you is just sort of the 101 career advice so that the failure is worth it. The second thing on that, and is just to add to that, there's some people who believe that sort of suffering is a sign that you're serious, that if you're really miserable, then you must be serious at that. Be very wary of that approach. I think it's a dangerous path to get on, that unhappiness is a proof of working really hard. A different part of how I think about failure is that when things break, you actually get to see how they work and appreciate the parts. So a whole new set of people are going to think about indirect costs tomorrow than did before. I know I did not think about enough or really much at all about the immigration system as a key part of our science ecosystem. I sort of knew it was happening, but I didn't understand the difference between J and F and H-1B visas, and sort of watching these systems break, and it's in the fractures of these systems, it's in the moments of failure where the systems fail, that you can start to see, well, why did this need to work in the first place? And when something's humming along, when you're humming along, you don't actually see the supports that made it work. And so it's those moments of where things break that you get to see how it was put together in the first place.
All right, thank you so much. I think we're going to move to some in-person questions and online questions just to give you guys some more time to ask what you would like. So does anyone have any questions? And if you're online and have questions, please feel free to put it in the Q&A. I can read it out loud. Anyone in the audience?
I have a question back here. So this is such an inspiring talk and advice, for the young in the crowd who are trying to navigate the new space and the new age of research. What's your advice, and this to the panel, as to how you would find good mentors? Because mentorship seems to be a cornerstone in all your discoveries.
Wonderful question. In advance of this panel, we were sent a number of questions. For example, I'm just looking at some of them. How do you maximize creativity? How do you balance risk taking with doing more conservative research? All kinds of things. And the answer is mentorship. Learning how to be an excellent scientist is not something you can look up in a book, okay? In fact, more generally, I often, somewhat facetiously, tell my trainees, if something's really important, you can't look it up in a book. You have to learn it experientially. And mentorship is what it's all about. And I think that's not just true in science, it's true in clinical medicine, probably every career and profession. That is to say, you learn by living with and watching somebody who's good at it. So, for example, there are two diametrically opposite ways you can fail in science. You can choose to work on something trivial, in which case you will succeed in getting to a publishable stage, often many times over. Or you can, at the other end, but nobody will care because you chose a trivial problem. On the other hand, you can choose something world-shaking if you can do it. Catch is you can't do it, ever. And you fail then. So the magic is to find something challenging enough, important enough, that if you could do it, you would really be making a contribution. But there's a realistic chance that you can do it. Now, you say to me, okay, Dr. Lefkowitz, how do I do that? I can't tell you that. I can show you. Just live with me for 5 years. We'll see this together. We'll make those decisions over and over. Or if you're heading in a certain direction and now, oops, an unexpected finding comes up. Well, is it a distraction that'll take you away from getting to your goal that should be ignored? Could be or not. Or is it really the piece of serendipity that could turn you on to a breathtaking discovery? Also could be. Well, how do I know when to pursue it? And how do I know when not to pursue it. I can't tell you that, but you're going to watch me make that decision over and over again. And, you know, I'll be right more often than I'm wrong, but I'll be wrong sometimes. So that all comes down to mentoring. Now, choosing a good mentor, I think a couple of tips there. One is that, you know, prior success, you know, is a good predictor of future success. So I would look for somebody who has trained other outstanding scientists. There are real legacies in science, okay, where some mentors seem to churn out excellent trainees. The problem with that is, supposing you've got a future superstar as a mentor, but he's in his first or second year, you don't have that advantage. The other thing is you've got to visit the lab. You've got to take the pulse of people in the lab and talk to them and find out, what is this mentor like? Is he around? Is he off chairing the department or the institute and you see him once a week? Or is he really there? Somebody you can approach, etc. So those are a couple of tips, but it's all about mentorship. That is much more important than things like where'd you go to school, you know, etc. Much more important is who's the individual mentor.
I can't add too much to that, but I'll say that being a good mentee is also a skill that takes time. Learning how to learn, how to say what you need, to find out what your style of learning from someone is really important. The second thing is it's really important to be your primary mentors. You absolutely have to visit the lab. You have to get the feeling of that individual person. But one person is never going to carry all of your mentoring needs, and figuring out sort of what those remaining holes are is really important. And I think back to you all did, you know, more recently than I, undergraduate admissions, where all of the schools tell you, you know, don't worry, PhD students don't teach our classes. You really have this low student, but actually, it's the PhD students who are just as often, if not more often, the good undergraduate mentors, because they actually remember what undergrads needed. And that's not a dig at the professorate. It's that there are different things a grad student is going to provide. They're not going to write you the letter that's going to get you in to the top PhD program, but they are going to, you know, nudge you in a way that's really localized of who's teaching the course this semester versus next semester kind of thing. And so figuring out how to sort of see mentorship as a set of people and not just, you know, your primary official mentor.
Thank you so much for that insight. I think we have time for one or two more questions before. Yes.
Hello. I'm a junior right now, and I'm planning on applying for a PhD. But when you're going through your PhD process, obviously the most important mentor in my mind would be the PI. But other than that, who are some other figures that you should be looking towards when it comes to going through your process, considering it is a very long, lengthy, and arduous process to get your PhD?
Well, I think Mark made an excellent point that there are others in the laboratory who will contribute different things. Now, he mentioned graduate students, and that's certainly one denizen of the lab. Another are postdoctoral fellows, and they're a little further along, so they can provide some things, but as Mark, I think, accurately points out, they're not quite as close to the undergraduate experience themselves. Then sometimes in labs like mine, I also have several junior faculty who are part of my group, and so they provide yet a different type of expertise. But if you have a good emotional sense, a good EQ, if you visit the lab and talk to people, you get a sense of the esprit de corps. I mean, are these happy people? Are these disgruntled people? Another point that Mark made, which really resonated with me, is, you know, PIs, especially in times of difficult funding and this and that, some PIs become very frustrated and depressed, and they're down and they're this and that. And that's a terrible vibe to give to students because it turns them off. Say, God, am I really going to pursue this career? I mean, look, my boss is miserable all the time and his grant didn't get funded. And you really have to be careful because the young people are really dependent on you for emotional support. And you can't be grousing all the time. There are frustrations in every career. So I think that's a very important point.
Anyone else? Yeah. Also maybe online, yeah, if we have another. Oh, yes.
I actually have a question to Dr. Adinov. I wonder, so you are the senior advisor to politicians. You were the former. How does this type of job actually look like? I wonder, do they come to you, ask you questions about the climate, about whatever else is on their mind, or about, yeah, how does that look like?
So my job was I was in the Obama administration and then in the Biden administration. And I was a senior advisor and the chief of staff in the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And so the way that office works is there is a science advisor. So Eric Lander was the science advisor, then Francis Collins was the science advisor, then Arthi Prabhakar was the science advisor. And so, and I can talk about the sort of different types of, they each had a different model of what science advice was. And Alondra Nelson from Columbia ran the office for some time as well. My job is to help translate the political policy side and the scientific expertise. Because very often there's this real disconnect. So in some ways similar to what I was saying, what journalists need to do is to take, okay, there's a budget process and there's scientific expertise about how much a vaccine, a next-gen vaccine would cost. Those are two things where you call up the leading edge researchers and they say, this is how much it would cost. But then you have to ask, well, what can you do with half of that money? What could you do with double that money and translate that into the political process? So what does that mean in practice? Like a whole ton of meetings where you're advocating for your basket of issues and perspectives relative to others. Because to think about next gen pandemic preparedness, that's a great thing to have. So is climate financing. So is community health centers. And so you have to put a bunch of incommensurable things that all the experts for that thing say is the top priority, is the best intervention, and actually put them against each other. How do you think about, one of the hard ones for me was cancer funding, because cancer is both this horrific disease and a fairly well-funded problem compared to other scientific issues. So how do you think about the political popularity of fighting cancer versus the fact that the National Cancer Institute is actually better funded than some of the other institutes at NIH? So those kinds of questions were the ones that sort of came to my desk.
Maybe we can, or how are we doing on time?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you both so much for your time and expertise. We are so grateful that you joined us, and yeah, I mean, we know you have something important to do at 2:30, so try and protect science as best you can for us. And thank you so much for joining us. Can we get a round of applause for our amazing speakers?
Yes, thank you both for responding to my invitation. Hi, I'm Neha. I guess you didn't see me from earlier, but thank you both so much for meeting with us today. So for the questions that we didn't get to from the audience, we'll be sure to send them along to our panelists and you can connect with them directly. But really, thank you guys so much for joining with us today. And we will now transition to our next section, which is a break and an optional workshop.
Thank you.
But thank you guys so much.
I'll start whenever you want.
Hi, everyone. So we're going to start coming back from the break. I am so pleased for people here in person and the many of you online to introduce our keynote speaker, Columbia's own Dr. Martin Chalfie. Dr. Chalfie is a university professor. He has served as the chair of the Department of Biological Sciences here at Columbia University and has many recognitions, including being a member of the National Academy of Sciences, the National Academy of Medicine, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and of course, he shared the 2008 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for his introduction of green fluorescent protein as a biological marker. Dr. Chalfie has had a long and illustrious career developing all sorts of genetic tools, models in diverse organisms, systems, pioneered ways of thinking, modeling, and understanding genetics and living systems. And he is so graciously donating his time to speak to us today as part of his mission to increase scientific literacy and love of science. So without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Chalfie.
And how we teach science. So I'm going to talk about that very briefly and talk about something I call the presentation arrow, because I imagine that many of the undergraduates are, in addition to writing articles, are also giving presentations on their research. And so I want to talk about that a little bit. Then I want to talk about the main focus of this, which is the importance of fundamental research. And then I'm going to tell you about my other scientific job and make a suggestion to all of you science journalists. And I'll get to that at the end of the talk. So let me start with this idea of how do people learn? How do I learn? And I realized I had to think about this when I heard a talk last year by the yeast geneticist and molecular biologist, Jeremy Thorner from Berkeley, who came to Columbia, and he was talking, and he asked to me, a very provocative question. And the question was, how do teachers learn the material that they present? And I realized from that I really hadn't thought about my teaching in that regard and what I did. I teach a advanced genetics course, sort of a second-year genetics course for people. They read a lot of original literature. And in the past, I would prepare the talks in which I would spend hours diagramming the important material in the papers that I wanted them to read and summarizing things. And so I'll give you an example. I'm not going to go through the example, but this is an experiment. One of the first papers we read is Sidney Brenner's spectacular genetics article from 1974. And there's a very important experiment to figure out the frequency of lethal mutations on the X chromosome. And I took some time and I made this figure in which it outlines the entire idea of the experiment and everything. Well, this year, I still assign people to do this, and we're going to talk about this experiment next week, but I did a different thing this year. this year, thinking about what Jeremy had said, I asked the 18 people in the class for them to diagram out the experiment. And what I found is that I knew this experiment really well because I had learned the material by doing this diagramming, but they didn't. And the diagramming turned out to be a really difficult part of understanding things. So I want to present the idea that as you think about presenting material, whether it's in an article or so on, there are ways that the audience will not pick up all the things that you have laboriously gone through and thought out. And these are very important things to realize because then you can counter them as you explain them. So as I say, I'm not going to go through this, but the base idea is now I ask people, diagram the experiments. In the papers, figure out what you need to condense, what you need to change, and that's a very important thing. So my whole teaching approach has completely changed from this question. So obviously I'm very excited about it, and that's why I bring it up here. But there's another thing, and it's not, in part, it's something that I have realized. One of the things we like to do to our students is to get them to present their material. And for years, I've talked about an aspect of this, but now I realize there's a second aspect. So the first aspect I would call the presentation arrow. When people get up to give a talk, they often think there's an arrow. Does the arrow point towards you or away from you? And so what do I mean by this? Many first-time speakers are very concerned about how they appear, whether they're going to make any mistakes. They're taking all this judgment on themselves, and I was able to go to the web and get a couple of great pictures about this. So there's attention going at them rather than away from them. And it's the arrow's pointing in. It's how am I doing? How am I uncomfortable? That shouldn't be the way the arrow goes. The arrow should be going in the opposite direction. It should be going out, thinking about how can I best get this material across? How can I show people what it is that I know that I want them to know? And so that arrow, I like to think about this arrow. Well, about a year ago, I was at the annual meeting of the American Society for Cell Biology, and I went to a talk, and it was a very accomplished scientist, very good talk, sort of, except for one thing. I realized that the same arrow applied to everything he was presenting, because I think slides also have an arrow associated with them. Because what he did is he showed a picture. And then he talked and talked and talked and talked and talked and gave his conclusions and gave other results and said other things that were related to it, all while having this picture up there that had no relationship to what he was talking about. So I think slides also have this presentation error. The slide should not be there to remind the speaker what to say. The slide should be there to tell your audience what they should take home. And so, for example, they should only include important material, simplified hopefully, rarely use the figures from a paper or something, because they have way too much information on them, and put the conclusions, as I've done on this slide, on the slide, so that people can take that information home with them without having to write a note on something you fleetingly said. So the slides are actually there again for this arrow to go outward. Okay, now that's all I have to say about presentations, but now I'm going to talk about the importance of useless information. And the whole idea for this came from an article that was written in 1939. I was not alive then, by this man, Abraham Flexner. And it was in Harper's Magazine, and it was called The Usefulness of Useless Knowledge. And as you can see from the quote I've put on the slide, he said that intellectual life is on the surface a useless form of activity, but it is unexpectedly the source from which unlearned of utility is derived. And so he was talking about fundamental research, basic research, and how important it was. And I think we still have this. For those of you that do not know who Abraham Flexner was, if you are pre-med, he has ruined your life, because he was in charge of the Flexner Committee, which over 100 years ago determined what pre-meds had to take to get into medical school. The biology and physics and organic chemistry and all, that's the guy to blame. The other thing that he did was he was the person who started and was the first head of the Princeton Institute for Advanced Study, where Gödel and Einstein, all these incredible mathematicians and physicists resided, economists and others, just an astonishing place. And it was his idea to start that. He was the first head of it. Quite a powerhouse. But in this article, he actually says a very interesting thing. He says he's having a conversation. It's 1939. He's having this conversation, and he asks the industrialist George Eastman, who is the most important scientist in the world? Eastman is the person that did the Kodak company, the Eastman Kodak company. He was a very important and very rich industrialist, and he doesn't hesitate. He immediately says to Flexner, oh, it's Marconi, because Marconi's the guy who came up with wireless and radio. And without that, we would really be in a problem. And as I've inadvertently already said on this slide, Flexner looks at him and said, nah, Marconi was inevitable. He is not important. The really important people say, no, you're completely wrong. Something to say to an industrialist. He says, you're completely wrong. The really important people are James Clerk Maxwell and Heinrich Hertz, because they're the people that came up with our basic understanding of electromagnetic waves. And without that understanding, there could be no application. Now, even though the article is about the usefulness of such useless knowledge, I think it's really a combination. You need to have the useless knowledge, and you need to have the applications that use that. They really work with each other. So I'm not trying to advocate that there's one or the other. It's really both. But many times people tend to forget how much basic science, fundamental science, underlies all the things that we're really excited about. So if you're looking for something to write about, this might be an idea to work on, is to work on this. I'm going to give you a couple of other quotes or a couple of other examples of this to sort of drive this home. One of them, before Flexner, the 1903, was a letter by Mark Twain to Helen Keller. And in it, he says, it takes 1,000 men to invent a telegraph or a steam engine or a phonograph or a telephone or any other important thing. And the last man gets the credit and we forget the others. Another quote that I like, it was even earlier in 1793. Benjamin Franklin is in France and he sees one of the first flights of the hot air balloon from the Montgolfier brothers, and he's sort of sitting around there, and somebody says, "What's the usefulness of that? What's the use of that thing?" At which point Ben Franklin turns to the person and says this great line. He says, "What good is a newborn baby?" So the knowledge is there, the baby can develop into all sorts of things. And I think that's something important. And my final example of this is a wonderful infographic that you will not be able to read, but I will give you the URL to be able to get to it. And that's this infographic from the Quartzoff company. But I'll show you screenshots of various parts of this thing because it's really enormous. If you look up at the top, what this is really about is what are all the components, all the science, what's all the science that allowed the iPhone or any smartphone to be made with its Wi-Fi and its computer and its telephone and its camera and all the other things that we now take completely for granted. And as you go down this chart, you will see all the science that was needed for it. That's up at the top. But as you go further and further down this chart, you get to the bottom, and there is the discovery of binary. There is the discovery or the development of the first lens. There are things, we were talking well over 2, maybe even 3,000 years of history, all of that knowledge is needed to make this particular product. Okay, I'm going to give my final example now about the importance of basic research. And this it's a little bit outdated because it's from 2014, but in 2014, the Federation of American Societies of Experimental Biology, FASEB, had a contest. And this is the contest winner to ask people to make a short presentation, a short video that would show the importance of basic research. And this one was done by the people at the bottom of the slide who are, at the time, were postdocs and graduate students at the University of California, San Francisco Medical School. And I think they did a spectacular job. It's a 5-minute video. Let's hope that there's enough sound and you can hear it, but here we go.
It's a sunny day in San Francisco. We set up a table by the water and asked people this question. If it's the year 1960 and you had $10 to give to science, would you spend it on A, developing an affordable treatment for diabetes, or B, figuring out how bacteria protect themselves? The majority of people we surveyed wanted to spend their money on a diabetes treatment, but what really happened 50 years ago? The government decided to spend money on figuring out how bacteria protect themselves against viruses. The National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, NIH, are 2 government agencies that allocate tax dollars to scientists. And they decided to fund groups of researchers who thought that studying how microbes protect themselves was an interesting question. At the time, there was no way of knowing how this basic research could affect human health. They were simply curious about understanding something about bacterial biology. So what did the scientists find? Normally, when a virus enters a bacteria, it adds its own DNA to that of the bacteria. In doing so, the virus takes over the bacteria and uses it to make more viruses. Scientists found that bacteria protect themselves from viruses by selectively cutting the viral DNA. This basic finding led to a scientific revolution. Scientists learned how to cut specific chunks of DNA, and they could use this technique to move genes around. They could even move human DNA into bacteria. Because bacteria are very good at making more of themselves, scientists can use them to make large quantities of human proteins from the human gene that they use. So why was this technique useful for modern medicine? Well, one breakthrough was the efficient production of human insulin by introducing the human insulin gene into bacteria. This was a very significant advancement for diabetes treatment. Before using bacteria to produce large quantities of human insulin, insulin was expensive, unsafe, and less effective because it was harvested from fetal cows. In fact, the first person to get an injection of cow insulin suffered from a severe allergic reaction. Because of a long line of federally funded basic research, human insulin is now an affordable treatment for diabetes. By asking how bacteria protect themselves, the scientists discovered that bacteria can cut DNA. This discovery was developed into a basic technique used in thousands of labs around the world to create new knowledge, to ask new questions that have led to all kinds of therapies, including insulin, DNA fingerprinting and biofuels, the human genome, growth hormones, cancer drugs, stroke medication, vaccines, HIV meds, antibiotics, and many, many more. Given enough time and funding, who knows what is to come? Many other health benefits and current discoveries would have been nearly impossible without federal funding for all kinds of basic research. Basic research is an investment in our future. It broadens our understanding of the world we live in, and the potential benefits are limitless. Fortunately, science funding in the US has plateaued, decreasing purchasing power and significantly hurting our competitiveness and innovation. You may not know it, but you and your tax dollars are part of the discovery process. Thanks to you, scientists discovered that bacteria can cut DNA. Thanks to you, insulin, other drugs and diagnostic tools have been developed and are helping patients.
So thank you for supporting basic research. We're the scientists and argument, and we are excited for the future that lies ahead.
So, how do we make these advances? How do those advances? I'm going to spend a little time talking about that. So, the first, I want to quote the physicist Enrico Fermi, who had a wonderful idea. He said, if the results, this is of an experiment, confirm the hypothesis, then you've made a measurement. If the result is contrary to the hypothesis, then you've made a discovery. So you're never really sure when those discoveries are going to be made. So it's very important to figure out how, are there ways we can try to train ourselves to make these discoveries? And there have been a lot of these, what I would call accidental discoveries. I'll give you a couple of examples that won people Nobel Prizes. So one is the physicists, Robert Wilson and Arno Penzias, who were at Bell Laboratories, and they were working on a project that was actually based on Robert Wilson's failed PhD experiment, and they thought they could do it better. And somebody had left a 30-foot radio telescope, or microwave telescope rather, at Bell Labs. And so it was sitting around, they decided to use it, but before they could do the experiment they wanted to do, they had to calibrate the machine. So they take the telescope, a lot of manipulation, they point it at the Milky Way, where there should be a lot of signal, and they get a terrific signal. It works. Then they have to zero it. So they point it away from the Milky Way into what they thought was empty space, and it never went down to zero. They thought about all sorts of, was it an airplane flying near it? Was it birds nesting in this 30-foot telescope? Was it other interference from high tension power lines? What was going on? They eliminated all of that and then realized that the reason they couldn't calibrate their machine is there actually was a measurement out there. And what they had measured was the background radiation in the cosmos, which was the first indication of the Big Bang. So they didn't actually do an experiment. All they did was try to get their machine working, and that won them a Nobel Prize. Another person is John O'Keefe, English neurobiologist, who in his Nobel Prize-winning speech, where he talks about discovering these cells that respond to where an animal is in space, so these so-called place cells, he said, well, I was studying the thalamus when one day, by mistake, I stuck the electrode in the wrong part of the brain. And I got this really interesting cell, and I started studying that instead. Complete accident. But he had the sense to know what he was doing. And I think the champion of accidental experiments is Osamu Shimomura, who is the discoverer of green fluorescent protein. He was not interested in fluorescent protein. No one knew that there were such things as fluorescent proteins. He was interested in how is it that some organisms can generate light. This is a fascinating and fundamental problem, and there are lots of different organisms that do it. Bacteria, fireflies, some fish, just all sorts of organisms, mushrooms, bacteria, all sorts of things generate light. And so it's a fundamental and very important biochemical question. How do you get a reaction that has as its product the production of light? So he wanted to find out how this jellyfish did it. And one of the unfortunate things is that this production of light comes up many times in the biological world, and it always seems to be different. So if you know how fireflies work, you have no idea about glowworms. Know how they work, you don't know how jellyfish work. So he was trying to figure out jellyfish. It's 1962, he's bribing his kids to get him a lot of jellyfish. I think the going rate in 1962 was a penny per 100. He would try to isolate the cells from it. He did the biochemistry and failed miserably for an entire summer. Nothing worked. One night, he has another failed experiment. It's late at night, it's already dark. He wants to go home and have dinner. He takes the samples and he just throws them away in the sink. Now, the sink had some seawater, probably some other stuff in it too, but it had seawater in it. And he turns off the light. He's just about to leave when he looks back at the sink and he sees that it's glowing brightly, something his prep never did before. And so he then thinks about it for a while and realizes maybe there was something in the seawater that was the trigger for the light production. He thinks about what is in seawater that I haven't added, and he realizes it was calcium ions. So after a couple of days, he redoes the prep, squirts in a solution of calcium ions, and gets a flash of light and uses that to purify the protein, which he actually names after the jellyfish. The jellyfish is a Coria victoria. He calls the protein a corin, and with calcium, he can generate light. Now, so it was an accidental discovery. I want to say people often talk about the scientific method and how you're supposed to come up with a hypothesis. People I know have thrown things on the floor, in the sink, on the lab bench, and then they suddenly work. So that's another part of the scientific method. In any case, completely accidental discovery. Happened to be late at night when he saw this. But once he did it, he realized that it wasn't what he wanted, because the jellyfish produces a green light and this stuff was blue. So he completely, I'm sure he swore at the test tubes, and he tested calcium in all the other samples and no green, didn't there. And he thought about that again, and he realized maybe there's actually something that converts the blue light to green light. And so he took a handheld lamp and looked at all the samples, and sure enough, in a completely different sample, blue light was changed to green and the solution glowed green. He wrote it up in a paper in 1962 where he discusses a corin, and it's footnote number 3. He says, oh, by the way, there's this other protein, and if you shine blue light on it, you get green. I'm going to call it the green protein. We, of course, call this the green fluorescent protein. Doesn't need calcium, doesn't need anything but blue light, and you get green. Another accidental discovery. It also sort of points out, I think, another lesson is you don't have to publish a lot of stuff to get a Nobel. A footnote is fine, as long as it changes everybody's ideas about things. So Osama had the forethought to realize what he was looking at and to change it. But these were all accidental discoveries. Now, if many discoveries are actually accidents, how do we actually increase this serendipity? So I'm going to present 2 ideas. The first one is that I think we have to question what is right in front of us. that there are so many scientific questions that we see every day and we completely ignore. But there's interesting problems. I'll give several examples of that. And the other point I want to make is that we have to constantly question our assumptions. Why do we believe that something is happening in a particular way? And that also leads to discovery. So let's just go for the first one. Question what is in front of me. I'm going to give two examples here. One example is an example from my first, actually it was my first published paper. Before I went to grad school, I was working in a lab, and I worked on a tissue that is the major transparent part of the body. Now, everybody's on Zoom, so I can't see them vote, but I see the people in this room. So I want you to vote. If you know, don't say anything, but if you know what the transparent part of the body is, raise your hand. And there's about 2 hands out of the 12, 15 people that are here. Okay, so now I'm going to give you all, the rest of you, a hint. It's right in front of your eye. Okay, because it's the cornea. And while I do ask this question in many audiences and people come up, it usually is about 5% of the people in the group will say that they realize what this is. I have never found anyone, including myself, I didn't even realize this was a problem at first. I've never found anyone who said, you know, I've always wanted to know, why is the cornea transparent? Where does that transparency come from? How do we get that in this tissue? And we know quite a lot about that, but I'm not going to go into that now. I'm going to give you another example. This is when I was getting my PhD. I had to teach a physiology course, and the professor one day, and this was usually in late October, early November, which is somewhat germane here. He would start talking, and it was mainly to medical students, and he'd start talking about the different types of skeletal muscle. Now, when he did this, he said there were 2 types. One type, skeletal muscle, whoops, 2 types of skeletal. One type is called a fast twitch muscle. It's a muscle that responds very quickly, but it can go into oxygen debt because it is only meant to work for a relatively short time. That's called a fast twitch muscle. On the other hand, there are other muscles usually needed for posture that have to work for a very long period of time. And these skeletal muscles are called slow twitch. They have sustained activity, and because they have to work over an extended period of time, they need a way of not going into oxygen that they need oxygen. And what they have is a molecule very much like hemoglobin in the blood called myoglobin, which can bring oxygen to the muscles so that it can sustain its activity. Now, I can tell you, by the time the professor finished that description, most of the people in the audience were asleep or not paying attention. And then he would hit the kicker, because again, it was the end of October, beginning of November, and he knew that all these students were going to go home to their parents for Thanksgiving. He said, well, that's the reason you have white meat and dark meat. That the legs are actually postural things, as opposed to the breast meat, which is for beating of the wings. And the reason that the thigh meat and the legs are dark is because of myoglobin and because they're slow twitch muscle. The white meat, on the other hand, doesn't have that. So I've just ruined your lives because you're never going to forget this. Okay, but that's the point. You have used your eyes every day. You have eaten chicken and turkey and so on. But very rarely do any of us ask a question, why is this different from that? Why is this happening here and not here? So this is the example I want to give. I want to give one more example. I go many years to the International Science and Engineering Fair, which is the culminating science fair for the whole world of high school students. And I was walking along one day, and I saw a student, and she had her display up, and I went to her and I said, tell me about your work. Tell me about your research. And she started off the description of her research with probably the most unusual sentence I have ever heard from a scientist. Her sentence was, well, you have to know that I'm a ballerina. That was a little surprising. Her name was Abigail Fried. And she said, when people dance at the rather advanced level that she was at, virtually a professional dancer, there's a real problem with ballet shoes. And the problem with the ballet shoes is they last because they have a cardboard sole. They last for one performance. So $125, one performance, got to buy another pair of shoes. And if you do many performances, this is a real expense. And so she decided that her problem was going to be, can I find a better sole for a ballet shoe that will last longer? And she researched stuff and found that there was some carbon composite materials that she liked, and she tried different number of layers. There's a picture of her, and some of them were too bendy, and some, it's sort of like Mama Bear, Papa Bear, and Baby Bear. The best one was 3-ply, and it was the perfect flexibility for the ballet shoe, and it would last for months. I thought this was a spectacular problem. She thought about something that was right in front of her, and then she decided to work on that as the project. I almost tried to bribe her to come to my lab. I really was so excited about how she was thinking about things. So that's Abigail. Let me go on from there and go to this other idea of questioning assumptions. And for here, what I like to think about as an example of this, something that, if I'm being dishonest, I say I was interested in as a kid, but I'm still interested in these things now. And those are these so-called matchstick puzzles. And these are puzzles where you have an array of matchsticks, and you're asked, can you move 3 matchsticks so you can make 3 perfect squares? And you sit around, you move things, and you try to manipulate it. And eventually you do find that that's a way you can move them around, and you get 3 perfect squares. And then you go to the next puzzle, and the next puzzle might be the fish puzzle, which is, here's this fish, move just 3 matches and get the fish to go in the other direction. And you swear at it for a while, and then eventually you might be able to get it, that it actually, this is a solution that does this. And you, by this time, these and other similar problems make you pretty proud of yourself. You're able to solve these things. And then you get a problem like this one, which says, make 4 equilateral triangles from 6 matches. And you move them around on the surface all you want, and it's very difficult. But then if you start thinking about your assumptions, then all of a sudden there's a way out of this. So one of the assumptions is, why are you thinking in 2 dimensions? Why don't you think in 3 dimensions? And then you suddenly can get 4 equilateral triangles. But there's actually another solution based on another assumption that most people bring to this puzzle. And that assumption is, why should all the triangles be the same size? No one said in the problem that you were supposed to do the same size. In fact, you could sort of set it up like this. You have to have very thin matchsticks to do that, but you can actually get a planar way that will have 4 triangles. And then after you've realized that they've been tricking you into thinking about all these assumptions, then they ask this last really horrible question. Make these 3 matches into 6, not by breaking them, because then they're not matches. That won't work. How do you make this into 6? And the answer is, the question is, why are you thinking about shapes? Maybe it's Roman numerals, and it's completely different. So these are all the assumptions we bring to the problems, not that the problems asked us. There's several mathematic problems that I'm not going to show you, but where they ask a question, solve the following for A plus B. They never ask you for A, they never ask you for B, but they ask for A plus, but people usually go to them because they've been trained in introductory algebra to solve for A and then substitute that into B and get the answer. Doesn't work. The question asks for what is A plus B? So that you don't think this is simply something, you know, that puzzles. I have a good friend, Muming Pu, who has had an astonishing career in neurobiology. He's at Berkeley. He also has the Neuroscience Institute in China. And Muming comes up with these incredible ideas and wonderful experiments time after time after time. And one day, he was here at Columbia for a while. We were talking, and somebody in the group said, Muming, where the hell do you get all your great ideas? And he says, I use the retrospective approach. What is that? He says, he reads a textbook. And for him, the textbook was the second edition of Molecular Biology of the Cell. And there's a lot of description of what nerve cells are supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do and everything. And he simply asks himself the question, how do we know that information? And he usually finds out that everything was a real stretch from some experiments that had been done quite a long time before, and that he realized that there were now modern methods that he could apply to revisit this question. And so that's what he does. He just revisits it using more modern methods, and it either works, in which case he says, I've got better evidence to support this idea, or it doesn't work and he can refute that idea. In either case, he gets a nice publication out of the result. And that's what his career has been based on, simply asking, why do we know what we know? Okay, I'm going to give you a couple quotes, then I'm going to go into one other thing. It may drag on a little bit, but I'll give you a couple quotes about basic research that I have enjoyed. One of them is by this guy, Robert Wilson, who was asked to talk to a joint committee on Congress in 1969 to justify the building of the Fermi particle accelerator in Batavia, Illinois, at the time, the biggest particle accelerator in the world. It was also 1969, was in the middle of the war in Vietnam, and there was a lot of concern about national security, national defense and stuff. And so one of the senators, John Pastore, asked him, Dr. Wilson, can you tell us how many ways that this particle accelerator will help national security? And Wilson said, how many ways? None was his answer. This was not the answer that the senator wanted. And they asked him the question several more times, and he gave a similar answer each time. And then finally, Pastore asked him, no, in what respect will this particle accelerator help the national defense? At which point, Wilson said this wonderful thing. He said, it has only to do with the respect with which we regard one another, the dignity of men, our love of culture. It has to do with, are we good painters, good sculptors, great poets? I mean all the things we really venerate in our country and are patriotic about. It has nothing to do directly with defending the country, except to make it worth defending. And my next quote actually comes from somebody very close to me, my daughter, Sarah, who was 12 years old in 2004. And I'm really saying this not only about basic research, but about the joy of science. In 2004, I was privileged to be elected to the National Academy of Sciences, and she and my wife and I went down for the induction ceremony. If you have trouble sleeping, get a copy of the induction ceremony to listen to, because now it's about 100 people, and one at a time, they get up on a stage, they shake hands with the president of the academy, they have a picture taken with the president of the academy, they walk across the stage and sign the book. put their name in the book, and then they come down. While they are walking across the stage, someone reads one sentence about why they got elected. And the book, which you think, wait a minute, National Academy started in 1863. I'm going to sign the same book Einstein signed. And then you find out they only started having the book in 1970. So it's not so good. But everyone in that audience is there for one of the people out of the 100 that are going there. But you got to listen to all the other nonsense to go through it. And I thought, oh, my 12-year-old daughter, she is not going to like this, but I'm really glad she's there. So I signed the book and I walk down and I get back to her and I say, you know, Sarah, I'm really happy that you and Mom came for this, very supportive, but I want to apologize to you because you must be bored out of your mind from this. It's really mind-numbing. And Sarah looked at me as she has often looked at me in my life, and that is that I'm the stupidest person on the planet, and said, because she had been listening to all those sentences, she said, Dad, don't you understand about these people? They were the first people in the world to see or do what they did. And that's one of the great joys of what we do in learning about these things, of making these discoveries, whether accidental or purposeful. We get to be the first people in the world to experience this. I want to take another 5 minutes, if I can, to talk about my second job. And my second job started about 10 years ago. And that is that I am chair of a group called the Committee on Human Rights of the National Academies. And this is their website, nationalacademies.org/CHR. And what the CHR does, and it's coming up next year in our 50th anniversary, is it was created to serve as a bridge between the human rights and scientific communities and to promote human rights within the academies. And I've been very privileged to be able to work with the people there who are, frankly, just astonishing. What we do is we try to address major human rights concerns involving anyone doing something that might be a topic within the three academies: natural sciences, social sciences, health profession, engineers, and anywhere in the world. And we have sort of three things we do: advocacy, so we work on behalf of people. I'll tell you a little bit about that. We do assistance, setting them up, for example, with pro bono lawyers, or connecting people with, if they are refugees, with places that they might be able to continue their science or their research. And we also do a lot of awareness raising, which is going to be the main topic here, where we go and bring together resources or get materials or have webinars or seminars. We are a best kept secret. Nobody knows about us. And part of the reason I'm saying this here is to let all of you know about it and tell you a little bit about the work that we've done. So one of the things is advocacy. We've worked on over 1,500 cases since 1976 involving people from 85 different countries. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples. One should be very apropos relative to education. And that is the case of these two gentlemen from Iran, who were part of what sounds like a very sophisticated group called the Baha'i Institute for Higher Education. Let me explain what this is. In Iran, there is religious freedom for Judaism, Catholicism, Protestantism, and Islam. But anything that was developed after that, like the Baha'i religion, is not given religious freedom. And as part of that, in, I believe, their constitution, but certainly their laws, no student that is of the Baha'i faith can go to university. And as a result, people like these two men decided that these students needed an education. And so the Baha'i Institute of Higher Education, sounds like a big organization. It is people teaching in other people's living rooms to students that cannot be taught any other way. The government arrested these men, jailed them for 5-year periods, and has outlawed the Baha'i Institute for Higher Education. Another example is Muntasir Ibrahim, who's a geneticist in Sudan, who a few years ago was arrested simply for free speech issues and talking out about the importance of human rights within Sudan. He was released. He helped try to organize the new government. But now, as you probably know, the situation in Sudan is just horrible. The last one I want to give is a person from MIT, Gang Chen, who's an engineer at MIT, who was accused of a number of things, and then all of the things were dropped because of the so-called China Initiative, that he was accused of taking money without reporting it. All of this was false, and it was eventually, everything was dropped against him. But these are examples of some of the people we work on behalf of. Talking about maybe the US and scientists at risk, we've been putting together a set of resources that are for researchers and scholars under threat in the United States. Basically, what this is a set of resources that people can go to, other organizations that are there to support scientists and researchers and scholars in general who find themselves under attack. Just to give you an idea about attacks, there was last year, the group, the American, I don't know, Society or whatever it is, the Organization of Emergency Room Physicians had a poll, and they said to their doctors, were any of you in 2024 the subject of attacks? Or anyone that you know working with you, were they the subject of attacks? Over 1,900 people responded. I think it was 1,980 responded, and over 90% said yes. Emergency rooms are very dangerous places for the doctors and nurses and other health professionals that are there. It's not good. Anyway, we have these resources. You can go to that and look at that. Let me go on from there to talk a little bit. So what can you guys do? So if you go to the National Academy CHR website that I indicated before, we actually have a way that you can sign up and get our monthly newsletter. People don't sign up if they're not in the academies to actually do work, but we have a lot of resources, a lot of information, and you can sign up to get those newsletters, and you can see all the past newsletters over the last year or so since we've started doing these. I find them exceptionally interesting and important. Another thing is one of the resources we made several years ago, which is still on the website, is this poster that people can take out and put in front of their labs, which I actually have in front of my lab, of 8 things you can do to promote human rights in science, engineering, and medicine. And you can see on this all the various things, and you can actually go to the website and pull up a copy of this. But I want to say, sort of in closing, I want to make another point. We are right now in a period when a lot of people are very scared. And they're very concerned about what's happening with science, what's happening with human rights, what's happening with people really all over the country. And I feel you student journalists interested in science can actually play a really important role in finding out the extent of things. So I hope that what I've convinced you of here is that there are many more aspects of science than just reporting the latest discoveries and the latest findings. There are all sorts of other things in terms of funding, in terms of support, in terms of everything that happens to people. And so I'm going to make sort of a plea that you all go back to your universities and colleges and find out about how all the changes that are currently happening in our country are affecting the science on your campuses and report on them. This is it's a horrible situation at the moment, but it's actually an opportunity for you guys to really do investigative reporting, to really see what is the effects in your communities about these things. So I want to try to broaden the idea about what science reporting is, because I think this is exceptionally important. Sorry to go over. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chalfie. I think it was amazing to hear not only about the serendipity of science in your field, but also the work that you've been doing recently in human rights with the National Academy. We have time for maybe one question, so I'll open it up to anyone in the crowd. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Chalfie. I'm Bertilla, biomedical engineering at Stevens Institute of Technology. From your presentation, I gathered that you believe that there are still simple discoveries in sciences for us to find, and that we can make groundbreaking discoveries from them. I took a class last semester called Seminar on Science Writing, and the professor gave this opinion that he believes that we have reached a plateau in groundbreaking scientific discovery. And I think he was considering gravity or the Big Bang to be that groundbreaking, and then AI not as groundbreaking. And I truly disagreed with that. And it really frustrated me, and I found it to be discouraging. And I guess I just wanted to pick your brain, what you would think about that, or if someone told that to you, what would your response be?
So that's a great question. I have to say that one thing I didn't say in the talk that I often say in the talk is that I consider, you know, if you think about opera, or if you think about art or literature, you can talk about a golden age, right? And I realized several years ago that the golden age of science is always right now. We're always discovering new things. In 1900 or before 1900, basically many physicists said, we have learned all that physics can teach us. And then, of course, came relativity and quantum theory and all the other things that were there. In 2004, the then head of the National Cancer Institute actually convened a group of people. I had friends that were there, I was not there, but convened a group of people and said, don't we know enough now that we can stop all basic research and just apply all the things we know? This is, of course, before CRISPR-Cas9, before microRNAs, before RNA interference, before most of the genetics we talk about, actually before the entire human genome was really analyzed. And somehow he thought that everything was done. Now, this is going to be maybe a strange way of answering your question, but every once in a while I get asked this really sort of bizarre question, which is, if you could sit down and have dinner with any three people, living or dead, who would you like to talk to? And I think they want me to, I don't know who they want me to come up with, but I have a completely different answer to that. I want to have dinner with 3 fourth grade teachers from 50 years in the future, because that's the level I'm going to understand what they're doing 50 years from now. You guys are all going to be the people that are going to see what's going to happen in 50 years. That's amazingly exciting. I can't tell you who's going to get a discovery or what's going to be, but we repeatedly find new things. We repeatedly see new ways of looking at things. I heard a seminar just yesterday about a completely different, I work on this small worm nematode, Sunrhabditis elegans, and I heard it talk about how there's a completely different dormancy stage than any of us have ever studied that's being able to tell a lot about what's going on in the animal of controlling metabolism and so on. It was fascinating, nothing I expected. In the year that the Nobel was announced for green fluorescent protein, Tony Hyman and Cliff Brangwyn had a paper where they said, so we took this protein and we put GFP on it and we're watching it. It's supposed to be a cytoplasmic protein, but it doesn't seem to be in the cytoplasm. It seems to separate. They had found phase-separated particles. People had been looking in the cytoplasm for a century, and they found a new way of looking at the components of cells. That was in 2008. What else are we going to be discovering? What else are all of you in working in labs discovering now that I'm going to find out, hopefully, in a couple of years? So I think that I think that's an unnecessary pessimism. And certainly I don't, there's so much we have no idea about that we don't, but we have now tools that allow us to look at so many different things. I remember going to a meeting in about 2014. That was about the year after CRISPR-Cas9 was sort of introduced as a way of doing gene editing. And it was a developmental biology meeting. And this one person gets up and says, so, you know, I study emus, and emus have these vestigial wings. And we looked at the genes to see what was going on, and we put the same mutation in chickens, and we found by CRISPR-Cas9, and we were able to see the same defect. And another person said, I'm interested in how butterflies get the patterns on their wings. And we use CRISPR-Cas9, and we were able to manipulate things, and we were able to change the pattern. And the third person said, I'm interested in how turtles make their shells. And so we decided to use CRISPR-Cas9 and do. These are all organisms that had no genetics, no way of looking at problems like this. And all of a sudden, completely new worlds were opened up. Sequencing has advanced our knowledge of so many different things. For example, evolution, how things change, how a particular protein or gene product from one organism changes into another and on through the years. There's so many questions to ask, so many different things to look at. It's sort of astonishing. So no, I completely disagree.
Do one more. Yeah, I think we might have time for one more. Might as well while we're here. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Professor. Thank you again for the talk. In today's world, especially within politics, within the last week, we've seen a lot of threats incoming for funding and a lot of threats towards science as a whole. Now, there's a lot of, we can fight back as a group of scientists and within the scientific and academic community as a whole. Is this something that would be, how do I phrase this well? Is this something where professors and academic leaders can work together with, or is this something that students should be able to, like, who should be taking charge, or who should be the master?
I think everyone should, because one of the real problems is that there's an unfortunate misuse of information, disuse of information, that this inappropriate discussion of things is using as a justification for a lot of activity that, frankly, I'm very frightened of. I think everybody should be working on this together. Sort of this plea I have at the end of this talk is that there's a role for everyone. I think more than ever, the role of science journalists is exceptionally important in talking about what actually was found, what it actually implies, what it really means, what because these are not easy things to understand. Going back to what I said at the beginning, coming up with ways of being able to describe things so they're accurately described and so people see what's important about them, I think is astonishingly important, especially right now. And I think that people should speak out. And I think people should talk about what their principles are. There's an unfortunate thing that I think is happening, or at least I find it very unfortunate, and that is people are self-censoring themselves. And I find that a very disturbing thing. It's sort of an anticipatory response. Oh, this might not be approved. I'm going to take it off the website. This might not be appropriate. And it's not anyone telling people what to do. It's people implying things and then people being understandably frightened so that they have to respond. And I think speaking out is important. I think getting correct information is important, talking to people about things. So I see you guys as having a particularly important role right now in presenting what science does and what it can do and what it has delivered. I think that's astonishingly important. Hope that answers your question.
It did. Thank you.
So give like a final round of applause for Dr. Chalfie. Thank you so much for being with us today. The keynote. And as a final closing remarks for today, I will invite our former president and founder of the NUCSJ ARIA to give some closing remarks. Let me just make sure it's all hooked up on Zoom. She is currently an MD, PhD candidate at Harvard, MIT, and she is really excited to be here with us today and share a little bit about, I guess, more about the NUCSJ, and then I will give my closing remarks, and then we're good for the rest of the day. We're just going to get the tech set up here. Can you get the tech guy? Can you call Reno? Okay, we're all good to go. All you, Arya.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
I don't think we can hear your audio. Let's see.
Alrighty, yeah, sorry for the tech difficulties.
I'm just going to set up the audio 1 second.
Aria, can you try now?
Alrighty, can you guys hear me?
I don't think we'll be able to, because we have to connect this back here. The people on Zoom can hear.
People on
It's like the mic here, like that way we can. Can you try one more time?
I can hear you echoing.
Do you hear your echo?
Can you hear me?
She's rejoining.
Okay, let's try again.
Okay, how about now? Yes? Alrighty. Okay, thank you for our wonderful organizers for dealing with those tech difficulties. I know AV can be quite challenging, more so than science sometimes, so appreciate having you guys here. Good afternoon, everyone. As Neha mentioned, my name is Arya Rao. I'm an MD PhD candidate at Harvard Medical School and MIT, formerly a Columbia student myself. And 5 years ago, along with several of my colleagues at the Columbia Undergraduate Science Journal, we founded the NUCSJ. And so as we come to the close of our annual NUCSJ conference 5 years later, I want to take a few moments to reflect on the journey that we've shared together and the promise that lies ahead. 5 years ago, when NUCSJ was founded, we of course aimed to unite the community of student scientists across the nation. But more simply, we sought to reflect on a really fundamental question to guide our mission. What is science altogether? Back then, as today, we concluded that science is not a static body of knowledge, but an evolving process. As Edwin Hubble once said, a series of successive approximations where every experiment and every hypothesis and even every mistake bring us closer together to understanding our world. Today, speaking with you as we wrap up this conference, I'm proud to say that that vision has grown into something truly remarkable in the context of this community. The NUCSJ now unites more than 20 undergraduate journals from across the nation and hundreds of you here today into a vibrant community dedicated to making science accessible, transparent, and engaging. That growth, which is just amazing for me to see, is not only a testament to that shared passion for rigorous research and clear communication, but also proof that when we work together, even the loftiest ideals can take root. Over the course of this conference, we've seen the power of open dialogue and collaboration. Through the panels, we see groundbreaking research meet thoughtful critique, workshops that teach us how to articulate the intricacies of our methods, and conversations that span the realms of basic science and the art of storytelling. Each session helps reinforce that idea that science, at its very core, is about curiosity and the relentless pursuit of better answers. It's a communal effort, one that thrives on the willingness to share our successes and our struggles that propel us forward. As one of the questions to the wonderful Dr. Chalfie proposed, we're all aware that in recent times, national debates over funding for science and support for science at large are casting a shadow over our work. And while those challenges are very real and very pressing, I nevertheless believe that our commitment to the scientific process is vital now more than ever. It's not enough to simply demand that our government and the public at large believe in science. We must now continue to show that science works by being transparent about its iterative nature and by welcoming honest scrutiny as a tool for improvement. Every time that we admit that our work might be incomplete or that our understanding is still evolving, we open that door for new ideas and deeper inquiry. And in that way, the challenges we face can become stepping stones for innovation. 5 years ago, in my opening remarks, I said that science, by its very nature, is asymptotic, that there's no final destination and no absolute truth that we reach once and for all. Instead, we build that knowledge incrementally with every experiment, debate, and even publication that results in our journals. That mindset of continually refining our ideas is what remains in NUCSJ today. And it's a spirit that transforms obstacles into opportunities. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible accomplishments of this community, in particular, over the past 5 years. From the countless research papers that have been published in our partner journals to the student journalists who have taken this active role in spotlighting national issues, this tangible impact is something that makes me and all of the NUCSJ founders incredibly proud. To give that voice to young scientists, to encourage them to ask difficult questions, and more importantly, present their findings in a way that resonates with a broad audience. These discussions in general have reminded me that while the path of science is fraught with challenges, it's filled mostly with moments of triumph, what we learn from each other, what we challenge each other with, and how we support one another. This conference in particular shows that when we come together as a community, we have the power to push back against the trends that seek to diminish our role, and we can reinvigorate public trust in science. We can remind the world that inquiry in the face of pressures is a force for good. And so as we leave here today, I urge you to carry forward that spirit of the NUCSJ. let the conversations that you've had and the connections that you've made here serve as a catalyst for your future work. And so when you return to your labs and your journals and your classrooms, remember that every question that you ask and every article that you write and every experiment you conduct contributes to that greater dialogue. Thank you. And I will turn it back over to Neha, one of our wonderful organizers, to finish things off.
Thank you so much, Aria, for that wonderful apt summary of the vision of the NUCSJ and why we're all here today. And I appreciate you coming for the closing remarks. Okay, so thank you so much to everyone for coming, both in person and on Zoom. So this was our first year trying out the hybrid format for the conference, and we really appreciate all of you sticking with us to the end of the day. We really believe that having this in-person component allows us to better engage with you and allow you to have that opportunity to engage with each other and our speakers. But we are committed to accessibility to all of our delegates across the nation, and therefore we will continue to have the Zoom format of our conference. I want to first thank all the speakers who came today, who volunteered their time to speak with us, and all of their insights were incredibly valuable. And I believe if any of you have any outstanding questions, please feel free to send them to us and we can connect you to our speakers. We want to thank Interim President Armstrong for her wonderful opening remarks and commitment to uniting our community. And we want to say thank you to Dr. Chalfi for your inspiring keynote address. You've been a staple in the Columbia community, and the NUCSJ conference feels incomplete without you. So thank you for your continued participation in our conference and continually inspiring our attendees. And I also want to say thank you to all the volunteers who helped throughout the day, and thank you to Karen, the technicians, public safety, and all the team here at the law school for making this event run smoothly. I want to say thank you also to Daniel for your advice throughout the conference planning process and for your willingness to moderate a panel today. And last but not least, I want to thank my incredibly dedicated executive board and extended team, Subin, Sebastian, Sophie, Rakshid, Lindsay. Without your tireless effort and response to my incessant messages and early morning phone calls, today would not have been possible. So before I bid you all goodbye, I want to take a few minutes to have you all fill out an exit ticket so I can share that screen, which is just really a feedback form just for us to learn what we did well, what we can do better for next time. Considering this is our first time doing an in-person one, we really will take all of your feedback very seriously and incorporate that into our next conference. So we're just going to load that on the screen so you have it, and we'll get that set up. It's the last slide. So for those of you in person, you can see that. You can just scan the QR code. Yeah, we're sharing the screen, sorry. So for those of you who are on Zoom, it'll just take a second. But once you fill that out, then you're free to go. And again, thank you so much for coming. Yeah, there you go.
Guys, thank you. And please feel free to grab some food on your way out. We have a lot of extras, so